So I guess I was thinking.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning for our City Council work session. We'll go ahead and get started. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Sylvester. Adamson. Here. Gray.
Here.
Tina. Here. Lurick.
Here.
Johnston.
Here.
Anon.
Here.
Platt.
Here. Thank you. We'll jump to agenda item number 2 is the Golf Advisory Committee update. Representatives from the Golf Advisory Committee will discuss the committee's goals and projects as well as council's policies and expectations. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. John Banks, Parks and Recreation Director, and with me I have Larry Morton, who's our chairman of the Golf Advisory Committee, who's going to be presenting to you this morning, and Greg Albright, representing 4Golf, our golf concessionaire, who will also be providing some updates on their operations. Thank you.
Morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Larry Morton. I'm Chair of the committee, Golf Committee. Our committee is made up of Vice Chair Billy Satterfield, Ginger Smith, Danielle Mabey, Roger Musser, Thomas Little, and Greg Albright of 4Golf. Additional representatives from 4Golf are Gerald Myler and Brian Sprague. And I'd like to thank Councilman Bray, who's our council liaison and has been active with us. Our committee continues to be very active in working with the golf concessionaire and city staff to develop and recommend methods for improving the appearance and conditions of the golf course and the quality of the golf experience for the community, as well as strategies to increase play. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for your support in the past and in this current fiscal year, particularly for your approval of resources to address water hammer issues at Riverside Golf Course and beginning to stockpile earmarked funds for the eventual Riverside Clubhouse replacement and other continuing course and cart path and clubhouse improvements and enhancements. Some of the things that we've accomplished in the recent past, as mentioned, we addressed water hammer issues at Riverside Golf Course, and that's been very successful. We've had a whole lot less breakage in our system. So we've done extensive cart path renovations and replacements at both courses. Highland Clubhouse has been repainted. We've replaced flooring in the clubhouses. Both clubhouses have new AC units. Done extensive tree pruning at Highland and Riverside, as well as removing select trees. The wind removed a few of them this year for us. Needed plumbing and electrical repairs at both clubhouses, and we're in the process of replacing all the yardage markers on the golf course. Mr. Sprague has created molds and poured stone-looking yardage markers. Major process. The play report for the 2018 season and year-to-date 2019. In 2018, we had 51,595 rounds versus 51,386 rounds in 17. As we've already told you, play has gone down the last 3 or 4 years. Fortunately, this year we're catching up with things. So season pass holders accounted for approximately 70% of the total rounds played in 2018, with daily fee rounds making up approximately 30%. 2018 total passes, 713 versus 747 in 2017, 792 in 2016, and 842 in 2015. So our passes are going down every year. The number of passes sold.
Can you attribute that to anything, Larry?
I can answer. I think a lot of it is our customer base. We're losing customers either due to illness, some due to death. We're trying to replace them with the younger crowd, the millennials and that, but they're just hard to market to. But we're not stopped marketing to them. We're just doing everything we can to try to create an incentive for them to come out and play. And unfortunately, we're just losing too many customers with age and illness.
Our area courses see the same thing.
Yeah. see the same thing.
We're not losing them to American Falls or Lava or other places.
Well, unfortunately, some of the golf courses are even closing, like Lava. They're kind of dealing with the same thing.
And it's actually a trend nationwide. Just the golf population is aging, and my theory is you can't play golf with a phone in your hand. So the millennials aren't taking it
I've
up.
actually seen people do it. It's a one-handed swing, but they got that down.
That's just my own personal opinion.
Could cost be an impacting factor?
Yeah, it can. And we did some creative things this year with reducing some prices and some of the past, and I'll address some of those here a little bit later on. But yes, you're right.
I'm a little premature in terms of my
No.
questions, but I'm concerned about that.
Yeah.
Ongoing and unpredictable weather patterns have created challenges during the early parts of the 2019 season. March, May through June, we just didn't have very good weather for golf. Some of us who are a little hard-headed got out there quite a bit, but it deterred a lot of people. But as the weather stabilized, play level has consistently increased. Tournament participation has been very good this year, and league play is also going very well. July and 2019 year-to-date rounds are 30,432 versus 30,756 in 2018 at the same time. So we're catching up with last year. In July of 2019, year-to-date passes are 614 with new categories versus 641 in 2018, 671 in 2017. Both courses also provide extensive support for high school as well as ISU golf teams for no-cost practice and match play during the months of March and through May yearly. Greg will address some of the strategies that the company has come up with to stimulate more play.
Right. Some of those strategies, like we were just talking about, were we created some new season passes this year to try to make sure that we were accommodating every segment. So we created a senior combination pass for husband and wives instead of 2 individual senior passes. So we reduced that. We created a family pass for husband and wife and all of their children. And we sold a few of those. We sold about 10 of those. So that's been a good new addition. We also reduced our junior pass to try and encourage to play with the kids. So we have the passes reduced, but we also created there's an agency called Youth on Golf on Course, and that also provides supplemented free fees for certain times of the day. So during some of our sold time, that encourages some of their play as well. We created a new website as a means of being able to market to our customers. So when they sign up for our e-club off of our website, I'm able to send them league information, upcoming tournament information. I have different promotions that I'll send out. That might be a 2-for-1 special. It might be some sort of a discount at a certain time. So, and that's worked really well too.
Greg, what are the leagues that are now currently established?
So we started a senior league with one of our seniors here probably about 5 years ago, and it's on Mondays, and it alternates between the golf courses. And that started out, we have a lot of guys that will play with their own groups just at the certain golf course, and this has worked out really well. This last Monday, I think we had 70-something guys play. So instead of playing with their own little groups, they're now playing as one big group, playing different formats, playing with different guys. And so that's been nice. We have a couples league that we've always had, that's on Wednesday nights. We have our men's association league that's on Thursday nights. We have a ladies league that used to be just during the day, during Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's now for the working ladies, that's on Tuesday evenings, and that's gone really well. And then, of course, our junior league, and that just finished up Tuesday. And we do that both at Highland and Riverside.
Participation was up in the junior league this year.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
that's been pretty good. Actually, all of our league participation has been steadily increasing. Our tournament participation has been increasing as well. We've had some really good sponsors here in town, and with that added money and all the other incentives with tournaments, tournaments has gone well.
Can I make a couple comments? Mayor and Council, just in follow-up to some of Greg's comments, just kind of for the council's information, For Golf does a really good job on a yearly basis. Per their concession agreement, they can raise greens fees and season passes up to the CPI index, but they don't often do that. What they do is they're very careful about seeing what their competition is charging, Idaho Falls, Blackfoot, and whatnot, and kind of trying to be either right at or below that to keep our courses kind of the best value in town. I was also really happy to see that they got really strategic with their season pass offerings and offering the senior combo. You know, with kind of the seniors being the largest demographic of season pass holders, and some of them aging out or maybe becoming ill and not being able to buy the season passes like they usually do. Offering that combo pass at a discount, you know, might just get the husband or wife that maybe wasn't a golfer and was kind of on the fence about getting one to give it a try. Also, I thought it was really strategic to come up with that family pass offering, kind of trying, first of all, to try and get the family out to do things together, but then also kind of hoping to light a fire under your new generation of golfers and catch a love for the game and kind of develop your next generation. So really pleased to see that. I'd also like to comment just briefly on the condition of the courses. I'm not the biggest golf player in the world, but I do get out here and there. And just kind of for the council's information, our courses are in fantastic shape. We've got really, really well-maintained municipal courses, and I'd put them up against anybody's around. So hats off to For Golf for that as well. So thank you.
A little follow-up on that. I do play a lot of golf, and I talk to a lot of people, and people from out of town absolutely rave about the condition of our golf courses. I've heard a lot of comments from people traveling through, people that come to play just because they do like them. So For Golf's doing a great job with the golf courses. Some of the future needs of the golf courses, committee members are aware that the city continues to face budget challenges with many competing needs for services. There are requests for funding in the fiscal year of 2020 for the Golf CIP fund budget in the amount of $35,000 for continued golf course and clubhouse renovations and improvements, and funding in the amount of $25,000 to continue saving and accumulating resources for replacement of the Riverside Clubhouse, which is the most pressing current need of the golf courses. Fiscal year 20 represents the second year of requested resources to earmark and save funds for the Riverside Clubhouse. Other course needs to keep in mind and begin planning for irrigation infrastructure replacements. Both golf courses, Highland and Riverside, delivery, pipe, and wiring have been in place since 1987, 32 years, and early 1990s, 25 years respectively. The concessionaire and city are managing breakage and water issues, and the systems are performing well for their age. However, due to irrigation systems life expectancy, estimates of approximately 30 years per Greg Bear of the Land Group, it's recommended that the city begin to plan for these eventual long-term needs. The Riverside Clubhouse replacement, I'll ask Director Banks to address our partnership proposal.
Thank you, Larry. Couple of comments on the irrigation infrastructure. For Golf, I think, does a good job of, well, it's our intent, obviously, to milk every bit of life that we can out of the current irrigation system, and it is working well. It is starting to age, though, just something to get on the radar, but we continue to keep it maintained and operating properly. Also wanted to personally thank the council for providing us the resources to address the water hammer issue over at Riverside. That was a kind of a long-standing issue that just gave everyone fits out there for many, many years. And also a thank you to the water department for being so accommodating with us and trying to help us find a solution. We went to, as you'll recall, a single source out there and kind of ixnayed the Cree well water and went with the Bannock source. And then Parks and Rec purchased some new software to get any and all efficiencies that we could out of the newest software technology. And I haven't gotten a call yet from Brian or anybody, so it's really working well. And thank you very much. That was a challenging problem to overcome, but I think we've got that one behind us finally. So, in regards to the Riverside Clubhouse replacement, Council's aware, just from discussions at previous meetings, that we did put together a partnership proposal, and the mayor, myself, Gerald Myler, and Greg Albright from 4 Golf presented to Premier Technology, Mr. and Mrs. Sayer, back on June the 24th. And I thought the presentation went very, very well. We have reached out to Mr. and Mrs. Sayer. I know the mayor had texted Mr. Sayer personally, and we are looking forward to getting together with them for a follow-up meeting. But I thought the signs were promising after the meeting. I know Mr. Sayer kind of congratulated us on the quality of our presentation and said that they did have an interest, and we continue to remain really optimistic. It's a big ask, and we're not going to push too hard. Gerald Myler also has a relationship with the Sayers via his banking relationship with them and their business. So we'll continue to reach out to them, and look forward to scheduling a follow-up meeting, and we'll keep the council posted.
At the beginning of the presentation, Council was provided a table that summarizes the revenue expenditures of the golf course fund over the past 5 fiscal years. As you can see from the table, Golf in Pocatello has contributed nearly $450,000 to the recreation fund during that period. You have that in front of you, so I'm not going to go through those figures, but that's a substantial donation to the city rec fund from the golfing public. Revenue from these city assets both put back into the course and also helps to fund other city recreation services. In conclusion, as stated earlier, the Golf Advisory Committee considers the golf courses as significant assets to the city and believe that they provide quality recreation and have a very positive economic impact on overall Parks and Recreation Department operations. In conclusion, on behalf of myself and the committee members, I would again like to thank the mayor and the council for your support of Golf in Pocatello. We have 2 excellent golf courses, and the city staff, 4 Golf, and our committee care deeply about the courses and the golfers who use them. Are there any questions?
The geese removal program, what'd that cost you, Greg?
What was it, $2,500?
About $2,500, yeah.
Is that effective?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's helped. We need to kind of discuss, because we've had a few geese come back. So I don't know if those are the geese that we relocated and they've come back, or this is a different group. But
I think the country club sent them to us.
Figured you would have tagged them with a golf ball or something before you let them go.
Are par 3 courses more successful or take shorter time to play?
I don't know if they're any more successful. I mean, it's a different option, a different way of marketing golf. I think that might be a great option for newcomers to golf, being a little bit easier to play. We have marketed to, and as well as the PGA has marketed, because golf can be time consuming if you're playing 18 holes. So they had a real push on playing 9 holes. I work with a group of ladies on Wednesdays and created some different things for them. Some of them are newcomers, and playing 9 holes was a little bit too much for them, so I created a 4-hole price for them. So I try to, my goal is to, 1, teach them how to play golf, but 2, I really want to get them comfortable enough that they can get out on the golf course and actually experience golfing, rather than just hitting balls on the driving range.
Mm-hmm. Roger, you had something.
Do you have any estimate of how much it would cost to do the irrigation systems, just at ballpark?
Justin or anybody here?
We haven't done a tremendous amount of research, but several $100,000 per course, I would imagine. That's kind of as a ballpark range.
It's not much of a ballpark, several $100,000. I mean, that's wide open. Thank you for that expertise.
300,000 per course, I'd say. Yeah. I don't know if we could do, we do have a pretty skilled park staff, but it would be a huge job. I don't know what we could do in-house versus what we could contract out. So we haven't gotten any bids yet, but it's a couple $300,000 per course, easy, I would imagine.
Yeah, sure.
John, I would be very interested in knowing if there have been any studies that would reflect the economic impact of golfing in our community.
Occasionally, NRPA, National Recreation and Park Association, will have some literature to that, speaking to things like that. We haven't done any specific studies, or I haven't done any specific studies other than just kind of knowing that, golf has contributed economic impact-wise for the city, nearly $450,000 the last 5 years, and then probably another $550,000 to $600,000 to the water department revenues as well. Greg, do you have any feel for kind of resident versus non-resident play, and what kind of potential economic impact that might have for folks coming in golfing and then going out to eat at restaurants, or maybe staying the night and doing a 2-day, or any kind of commentary like that?
We've done something like that. We've done promotion with some of the hotels around town that's a stay and play. We've got a few players through that. Get quite a few folks, as you know, that are traveling through, going to West Yellowstone and that, and they'll stop and they'll play here. They might stop and play in Idaho Falls just to see what the two golf courses are like. Non-resident, resident, seeing about the same amount of play. I think the biggest obstacle, though, is what we talked about before, is our core group of golfers that have played in the past are getting older, and there's illnesses, and unfortunately there's some death. And how it is that we can market to this millennial segment. And that's what the PGA's had a real push of trying to come up with ways to market to them, to get them out to golf, because golf is difficult. I think they like what Larry had talked about with their cell phone, and that immediate gratification with their cell phone, where golf is a little bit more difficult. It takes some time to learn the skill and to go out there and enjoy it.
I think if a new company coming to look at places to settle, one of the main attractions to our area is recreation. We have beautiful mountains, rivers. We have a lot of opportunities for recreation, and golf is one of those opportunities. And I think that when you're bringing somebody into the community, you show them those facilities, and our golf courses show very well. It has to have a positive impact on the community as a whole. Recreation is one of our major assets. I think golf is a piece of that, and our facilities are very good. So I think they're attractive to people outside the community coming in to look at possibilities.
I think that you've got it's kind of a two-piece. One is the economic impact that we see going forward because we have them, but what is the economic impact if we didn't have them, I think, is another way to look at that too, and I think you've got to consider both.
Well, if a major part of your season passes are seniors, then that's a population you're holding, and each senior is a small business to themselves because they have income that's coming in without taking a job now. And so just holding that segment in our community is important.
Yeah.
And that segment is always going to be there. We're declining, but by the marketing strategies, trying to bring in the next generation into the game of golf, they eventually will replace me. and hopefully be better.
And the family pass is a great buy if you have a few kids.
And this is the first year of doing that, so it will become more a better known option to people, and a great way to bring kids into the game.
Yeah, I think when Gerald Myler had provided me the play numbers here, kind of hot off the presses for the presentation, the season pass sales were at 614. However, that included that new category of 8 family passes. So you figure, each family is probably going to have 4 probably. Unless you're Billy Satterfield and you've got 10, but
Only 8.
so anyway, the season passes are actually, when you take that into consideration, are up a bit versus last year. For golf, unfortunately, if it would stop raining, snowing, and 50-mile-an-hour winds before May, I think I really feel like they're over the hump and a bit on the upswing. The hot housing market, maybe a lot of the new jobs being developed and the higher paying jobs at FBI or coming in Northgate, I think that bodes really well for the future of golf in Pocatello, especially with the fine condition of our courses. So I feel like we're on the upswing, and I thank council for allowing us to go to a market-based system where I think, assuming we do go on the upswing, I think the city will do better revenue-wise than we used to do. But it also gives us the chance to weather a down year and not lose our concessionaire, and preserve that revenue stream.
Sure. Any other questions?
Just a comment. On your sheet, you present that the net contribution is 447,235, but the gross is really all the revenues and what's reinvested too.
Sure.
So the gross contribution is about 800,000, because there are courses that we have to maintain that's coming through this resource.
Sure.
Just had a quick comment. I know it's been mentioned about the quality of the maintenance on our courses, but I just wanted to also comment on that. I recently had the opportunity to drive through Montana, and going through some of the major cities in Montana, that was the first thing my husband noticed as we drove past their golf course was, look how dry and burned up that looks, and it looks terrible, and ours looks so great in comparison to this. So I just wanted to, while you're here, just say thank you very much for that. It's very important, to people in our community to have that looking nice, and we appreciate that a lot.
Super. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming and giving us a report. We'll move to agenda item number 3 is Parks and Recreation Advisory Board update. Representatives from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will discuss the committee's goals and projects, as well as council's policies and expectations.
Mayor and council, this is Fred Belzer, and Fred is our Parks and Rec Advisory Board chairman. And thanks for coming today, Fred. And Fred will be helping out and walking us through what's been happening with the advisory board.
Well, thank you for having us present today. We appreciate this opportunity. We'd appreciate your comments and questions as we go along here. I'd like to just indicate we have an 11-person board. I'm chair. There's Vice Chairman David Duran, Judy Taylor, Kay Corbridge, Rachel LeVay, Allie Gorney, Larry Morton, who you just heard from, Darren Black, Bart Reed, Jeffrey Angelo, and our newest member, David Pacioretty. Pacioretty. I'm having trouble with that. But it's a diverse board. We have parents of young children, retirees, working people. So I think we get, as an advisory board, I think we can provide good input, a good cross-section from various walks of life in the community. And I think we, frankly, are an asset to the Parks and Rec department. I'd also like to express special thanks to Heidi Adamson, our council liaison. We appreciate her involvement and support of the board over the last year and in years in the past also. We meet 6 times a year in February, April, June, August, October, and December. The meetings are held the first Thursday of these months at the Community Rec Center, although recently we had a meeting here at the council chambers because we were inviting additional input from the public on the Ross Park master plan and needed just a larger venue. Attendance at our meetings continues to be excellent. We have very few absences, and we have an active board that participates. Just go over some key items and projects over the last year where the board has provided input, and this is kind of an update of what was presented last year. Some of these projects are multi-year projects. We participated in the Portneuf River visioning process. We had an excellent presentation from Hannah Sanger about that visioning process, and we look forward in the future to participating and giving the Parks and Rec perspective on efforts to utilize the Portneuf River and make it more accessible to the citizens. The Zoo Idaho Draft Master Plan, we've had presentations on that, participated and provided feedback. There's been quite a bit of progress made up at the zoo on that master plan, implementing the various phases of that. We had an interesting and exciting proposal from the Idaho Gold Star Families Memorial Monument. We had a request from a local group about a memorial here in Pocatello. It would be the only one in the state at this point, and we reviewed that and made a recommendation that that be approved. It's adjacent to the Northgate development, and that will be, I think, a really valuable asset to the community in terms of an opportunity for citizens to reflect on service members' sacrifices and the Gold Star Family Program.
Fred, will we be doing the maintenance on that?
There have been discussions on that. That looks realistic. It doesn't look like it's going to be, a lot of mowing and the maintenance. So I think it's something that the Parks and Rec Department could take on in kind of this partnership approach that we have when people approach us with funding and willingness to provide an amenity to the community. It seems like it makes sense for the city government through this department to try to participate in that also. So
the reason I kind of bring that up is I see things like that little bike stop out on Bannock Highway. Parks and Recreation's maintaining that. If we have too many of those, will that impact your budget or?
It's the maintenance of these types of facilities. Another good example would be the public-private partnership for the reflection fountains out at Caldwell Park. And in regards to the Gold Star Families Monument, Booth Architecture and Jackson Land Design are working in conjunction on that design. And I've had, Brett Hewitt and I have had discussions with them, and also at the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting, that, we will be inheriting maintenance of this, and we would like them to take any and all steps to kind of minimize the green space and the irrigation system that we would be responsible for. And they've assured us that that will be the case. It'll be minimal. So it's, the way we look at it is that kind of working with these types of groups, and the bike stop being another great example, that can develop and kind of deliver these high-end recreation amenities to the city at basically no cost to the city. If we can work with them on the front end to design it as such that the maintenance is very minimal, which we always try to do, it's fairly easy for us to absorb without a budget increase, because the maintenance is so minimal and we're strategic in the design.
If we were to anticipate some costs, it might be wise to have some trust funds or something set aside for future renovations and improvements. As just a caveat.
Thank you. This year, there's been an exciting development. The Pocatello Regional Transit Summer 2019 Youth Pass Program partnership with the City Transit and Parks and Recreation Department. Bus passes are made available to youth ages 18 and under to ride to Lower Ross Park and the Marshall Public Library from any transit stop at no cost. And that's getting kids out of the house and away from video screens and out into the park. And so, and that's been very well received. We've had good feedback on that. We review annual facility use and concession agreements, and at the Ross Park Aquatic Complex, the new concession area there has come online, and we've had good feedback on that. People are appreciating that upgrade. We review a quarterly and annual Parks and Rec budget and cost recovery reports, as well as annual service level reports and department fee resolutions, and provide oversight on that. We consider golf course operations and issues that arise and provide input on that also. We also make council members aware at each meeting, we will make the council aware after meetings that the board is well informed on all programs, services, activities of the department, and for the prior months, we received comprehensive reports from the Director of Parks and Recreation, and we continue to have high levels of participation and satisfaction in city recreation programs provided by the Parks and Rec Department. And we kind of saved for last year really the major project that we've taken on in 2019, the draft Ross Park Master Plan. That was kind of taken off the shelf in August of 2018. There had been an earlier, very kind of preliminary draft plan. We've taken that draft plan and considered various aspects of that. We've solicited input from the public in surveys, public meetings, and then we have members of the public show up at board meetings to provide input on that. We've been working with staff and local architect Bill Jackson at Jackson Land Design, and we've essentially served, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board has served as a steering committee in developing and fine-tuning recommendations for the plan. And we hope that this process will continue here so that we will, in October, at our October board meeting, come up with a draft plan sufficient to provide the council with and to ask the council for consideration and further direction going forward. As far as priorities for the upcoming year, continue to work with department staff to maintain and increase levels of program and service participation and satisfaction, and to implement new programming opportunities and revenue sources within the existing park system and staffing structure. We will continue to monitor budget expenditures and revenues with the goal of positive fund balances in all divisions. And since I've been on the board for a couple years now, and I've been on other advisory boards in the past, it's always nice to see that report where you're operating in the black, where you're not having a crisis. So certainly as an advisory board, we appreciate that. And I think it's something to pass on to the council, that the management structure is in place, and so we're not kind of crisis managing. We're managing in a steady and even hand. We will work with staff to develop and market a sponsorship opportunities brochure and market these opportunities to local businesses, to partner with the city, to help fund major improvements in the park system in exchange for naming rights. And that's in the early stages, but it's something that we hope to move forward in the coming year. We would like to offer the council that if any future opportunities were to arise for joint planning of parks and other amenities with the city of Chubbuck, that the council may consider exploring. The board would welcome the opportunity to participate if the council so directs. And we get feedback from the public about that periodically, about are there areas that there can be joint ventures, and so we just bring that to the council that if there are opportunities in the future, the Parks and Recreation Management and the Advisory Board were open to participating in exploring that.
Do you have an example of what that might be, Fred?
John, I don't know.
Well, like Fred had mentioned, occasionally we'll get comments that'll either be kind of unsolicited that members of the board will receive in the public. Hey, what's going on over here? Chubbuck is maybe planning this, and did you guys have any involvement? And boy, aren't we serving the same population? Could we work together? And so that's come up a couple of times at our meetings. And obviously, whatever the council would decide or direct, that's what we would do. But we're just having received those comments in the past, we're just the board thought it important to indicate to the council that if the opportunity came up, we would sure love to provide input and participate. Maybe some type of joint larger regional park effort or recreation facility effort where we could team up and combine resources. It would obviously, whatever the council would decide was appropriate, but having heard those comments periodically, we just wanted to offer our availability to participate if the council so chose.
Thank you.
So we would like to thank the council on behalf of the advisory board and staff, to thank the mayor and the council for your continued strong support for the Parks and Recreation Department. We're appreciative of the council's continued commitments that have allowed Parks and Recreations to accomplish what it has in the past year to provide valuable services and programs to the community. The advisory board and staff will continue to work together closely to provide outstanding parks and recreation programs and services and strive to help Pocatello live up to our motto, play often and live better. Thank you. So we welcome any
Had to get that in there.
That's right, absolutely.
Questions? The golf committee mentioned that inclement weather reduced their participation. That's got to affect our pool too. What are our numbers at the pool?
Yeah, we're down just a bit over at Ross Park because of some of the challenging weather, but not terribly so. Really good news, and thank you to the council for giving us the resources to construct that new concession building in town. It's just going like gangbusters. We were hoping to be open for Memorial Weekend, and the construction was anyway. It was very logistical and ended up running a couple weeks late. So that, combined with having another month left in the season, when I had talked to the Ross Park concessionaire, they had already surpassed their highest gross revenue year, even 6 weeks, not counting 6 weeks of the season. So that's going exactly like we had hoped. And I think it's going to be a good, first of all, the city is kind of out from under providing that service, which was a financial loser year to year for us. And I think we're going to turn that around into shedding that financial loss into a consistent revenue source every year. And plus the patrons of the facility get that great food, and we're hoping it drives our participation in future years when the word really gets out that it's there. So we're down a little bit, but there's a couple of silver linings there, and our water fitness classes continue to just be tremendously popular. It's not that we haven't been really busy, but we've been really busy when the weather cooperates. It's been a tough year.
There has been discussion in the past about adding another amenity to the pool. Where are we on that?
We haven't really made any progress. It is in the draft master plan, and we would love to do so. There's been things thrown out like maybe a wave rider type of amenity. That would be very, very popular with kind of the younger kids and teenage demographic, kind of a surfing experience. I have high hopes for our sponsorship brochure, and I've been kind of cultivating this and working with Rave Communications on this for over a year. I thought it would be have the best chance of being successful to have a real strong precedent before you go out to the community, and I think you get kind of one shot at this. And we have had a couple of things in the works with Premier Technologies and one of the local credit unions for a big splash type of partnership. So we were kind of holding off on that, but I think spring of next year, that sponsorship opportunities brochure, that would certainly be one of the offerings that maybe who knows, one of the big hitters in town might enjoy naming rights and that kind of exposure and publicity. So it's in the draft master plan and on the radar, and we'd love to do it. It's as usual, it kind of comes down to finances. It's not going to be cheap.
Have you been able to utilize that new concession area for parties? I've been curious as to whether or not people are using that.
There's been a couple. We were kind of a little bit late kind of opening the new concession stand, and it is in the fee resolution, but we didn't do a tremendous job of marketing it. I think next year, now that we have everything settled, we'll do a better job of marketing it. And I do sense that there's going to be quite a bit of interest out there because it's a nice kind of fenced private area. We've got some picnic tables set up, and we're also making some minor adjustments to that existing building to provide kind of a working kitchen type of environment for parties or birthday parties or this type of thing. So we've had a couple. We think it's going to increase in years to come.
I just wanted to commend you on the process for the Ross Park Master Plan. I've heard several comments from members of the public on how they felt they were aware of it, that it was going on, and they felt very included and appreciated the opportunity to give input on that and just being involved in it and attending the open houses. They were, a lot of people came, there was a lot of interest, there were a lot of good comments. So that process, I think, has been really good. And I've heard from people that it's kind of set the example of how we should do things and get public input on our amenities or whatever we're planning. So thanks for doing that and doing such a good job on that.
Thank you for saying that. I know that was very well to me, of course, and also to the board that we want to build things or design things the way that the community wants them to meet their needs. So that's really nice to hear.
And just hearing, what people want, how they use it. We heard from neighborhoods that are close by and what impact changes are going to have on them, what some of their concerns were. I mean, just getting all of that information will just lead to so much, a much better plan. So I think the process has been really good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just make a comment on that. When you do something like that, you build enthusiasm, but then people are expecting results.
True.
Or from me and say, when are we going to have the new skate park, or are you going to expand that pool or whatever? And I said, well, it is a process. It's going to take a while. So we're going to be coming back to you in the years ahead with funding requests and that type of thing, because I think there is really strong enthusiasm. I think the public recognizes Ross Park as like the central amenity in this community, and there have been some improvements over the years, but I think people realize there could be a lot more.
I have been asked about when the skate park's coming, so I think there's definitely excitement about.
Well, those folks are not getting any younger, so they want to enjoy a kind of a first-class facility sooner than later.
I beg your pardon.
Well, I didn't know you were a skateboarder.
Any other questions, Council? Thank you very much. Thank you for your time you spend with it. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Move on to agenda item number 4, Bannock County Commissioner update. Bannock County Commissioners will be present to give council an update on Bannock County activities.
Welcome home, Steve.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Steve Brown, Chairman of the Bannock County Commission. I've determined, sitting there waiting for my agenda to come up, that it is a lot more comfortable on your side of the dais. So,
Thanks, Fred.
I think it's important for us to start this dialogue on a regular basis. Hey, John. I've been getting my picture taken a lot lately.
That's what happens when you're in the media.
But I think the mayor comes to the commission once a quarter to give us an update for the city of Pocatello, and we thought it was important for us to come have that communication with you. And so it took us a couple months to arrange our schedule so that we could get here to talk to you. But I think one of the things I'd like to start with is kind of the county government 101. I've been around politics my whole life. I've been around local politics for a large part of that, and I thought I had a clue what county government was, and I did not at all. County government is a political subdivision of the state of Idaho. We're here to do the work that they would do if they were here, but they're not that big, so we have counties. As a political subdivision, we have 9 independently elected officials that have no responsibility, or authority, or ability to tell each other what to do. The weakest among those 9 are the 3 commissioners, which happen to have a quorum to actually do any business. So we can't even run our department by ourselves. And it's an interesting animal to try to maneuver. I would guess that the founders of Idaho, when they were building our Constitution, hated government so much they put together an organization that wouldn't work on the best day. And that's county government. But despite that, employees there make it work anyway. And it rolls forward despite how good or how bad the elected officials might be. And so our hats are off continually to our employees for the job that they do. We've got a lot of things going on, and I wanted to share some of those things with you. But before I do, I want to give you kind of a makeup of our county. I was in a meeting a few weeks ago where I was asked, well, isn't the only job you really have is to collect taxes? And well, that's a big part of it. We have 32 taxing entities within Bannock County, the jurisdictional boundaries of Bannock County. We have, of course, the county. We have 7 cities, 5 school districts, 6 cemetery districts, 2 library districts, 7 fire districts, 2 highway districts, and an ambulance district. And all of those are their own entities. They have their own elected boards, and a great example would be the North Bannock County Fire District. We have no association with them. We can't go in and help them run their organization. They're autonomous. It's an independently elected board. And so it's an interesting makeup of how we make government work on a local level. Some of the things that we do besides collect taxes, we have code enforcement, we have planning and development. The Downey Fairgrounds, you may or may not, and I'm going to use that phrase a lot because I didn't know, it's state law that we have a fairgrounds and a fair, every county. And it's an independent board that we appoint, but once they're there, we can't touch them. They have their own levies, and they're unto themselves to conduct an annual fair under state law. We are required to process all the elections. We just had one on Tuesday. We're required to pay for those. Emergency services coordination, when there's a major event, that is coordinated through the county. We have the event center and wellness complex. That's a struggle, but we're making great strides. We have a new director up there, Guy Patterson. He is phenomenal. And our goal with him is over the next 3 years to get that facility as revenue neutral as possible, and he's well on our way. We've got, under state law, we have an extension office from the University of Idaho that we have to maintain. GIS maps, we have the Board of Guardians to help people that can't take care of themselves. Indigent services for people that can't pay their own medical bills. They're financially not able to do that. That is a responsibility given to the county. That is a responsibility of the state. Fortunately, over the last several years, they've picked up more and more of that responsibility, but we still pay as a county the first $11,000 of any medical bill that comes through. And it's not uncommon to have 10 a week. So it's a very big part of what we do. We have the court systems, we have the juries, we have the employees within the court system have to go through our HR department. We have the landfill, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, which is a major responsibility. We have a mosquito abatement district. We have a noxious weed responsibility. We have a very robust veterans services. We have one employee there right now with a caseload of over 1,300 cases a month. She does a phenomenal job of taking care of our veterans. Our road and bridge department, our public defense, which is required by the state of Idaho, and under threat of an ACL lawsuit right now, we are being required to add additional employees, attorneys and employees, support staff, and most of that is on our shoulders. The recommendation from the committee that's over that right now to try to keep us from going into a state lawsuit, we have to figure out how to pay for 11 more attorneys. Well, if they have 11 more attorneys and support staff in the public defender's office, we need to balance that out with more attorneys in our prosecutor's office. Well, our levy that handles the legal side of things, our justice fund, is maxed out. We supplement that greatly with general funds. It's a tall order to make county government work and run, and I appreciate the people that have the courage to try to tackle it and make it work. These positions, as you well know, are temporary positions, and we do the best we can, and as much as we can within the time frame that we have. Some of the things that we've been able to address recently is we're restructuring our planning and development department. We've had a real struggle with processing permits, and some of those permits have languished on for 8, 9, 10 weeks, which is a burden to our contractors and property owners. We've revamped that system, and within the next couple of months, we will be solidly in generally a week to 2 weeks. We were able to do a complex permit this last week within 5 days. So we're making progress. We're excited about that. We've made the commissioners more accessible to the public than they have in the past. Elected officials at the county level have been, in the past, given a car to use at their leisure, their pleasure, their work. We've determined that that's not really appropriate, the way that we've done that. And so we've established a motor pool, and we are in the beginning stages of leasing services. We've really looked at our travel budgets and what's necessary. Our salaries and benefits for our employees have always traditionally been the last thing in any budget cycle, and we've turned that around, and the first thing we talk about is our employees and their benefits. One of the things that I was really proud of this last year is we were able to institute a new flexible spending account. We were one of the only counties left that didn't have one for our employees, and we were able to implement that without any additional cost to the taxpayers. We have a new, I won't say new, but it's old, but it's revived. Our employee association is thriving, and we've got some great momentum going on within the ranks of our employees. We're trying to balance out our hours of operation. For example, for a time there, much of the county operations were Monday through Thursday, which was kind of a hardship for the public when they needed us on Friday. And so most of our departments are now Monday through Friday. We still have a couple more that we're working on. One of those is with our sheriff's department, the driver's license. As I said before, I don't have the authority to tell the sheriff what to do, except for in this case. State law does allow us to mandate the hours of operation for the county, but that's something we don't want to go in and tell him what to do. We're trying to work that out as adults. So
on that note, I know 3 people or 4 people that went to Blackfoot to get their driver's license last Friday.
Yes, sir. I have received a couple of calls from outlying commissioners from other counties who say they have their own population to deal with on Fridays because most people wait until the end of their expiration dates, and usually that happens over a weekend, and so they try to rush in there on a Friday. And so we have our outlying counties that are having to not only to deal with their own population, but ours as well. And that's also lost revenue. That's a revenue source from the state for us, and so that's something that we need to rectify. So absolutely. A couple more things is we're in the process of developing over the next 12 months a centralized purchasing program, and it's kind of hard with the types of operations that we have, but what that looks like. We have a lot of delayed and deferred maintenance of county facilities that we've been trying to accelerate. If you have been through the courthouse over the last year to 2 years, it's been in a state of disarray as we've been working on it. And we're almost about done with all of the main hallways. We're converting all of our light fixtures over to LEDs, new paint, new carpet. We're now looking at the bathroom situations where we are currently exempt from ADA within the courthouse, but that doesn't mean that's the way we should keep them. And so they haven't been touched since before 1953. And so that's one of the things that we're working on there as well. As I look at all the responsibilities that we have and what we're trying to do, there's a sign above my desk that I look at every day. And this is what standard I try to hold myself to and everyone else around me. And it says, achieving the mediocre and slapping ourselves on the back for a job well done is no longer an acceptable standard. Government has to step up. We have to do a better job, all of us. And that brings us to some issues when it comes to overlapping responsibilities, overlapping duplication of services. Very encouraged with our conversation with the mayor the other day in regards to having some discussions about consolidating our 911 system. We have duplicating dispatch centers that are not necessary, frankly. I understand the arguments to have them separate, but it's not necessary. It is an extra burden on our taxpayers, and we need to talk about what we need to do to have a regional combined effort in a dispatch center. That brings into play dispatch overlap when it comes to an ambulance contract. And are we responsible to pay for a portion of the city of Pocatello's dispatch service? That's a very good question. And that's a debate that we're going to need to have, because under 911 emergency systems, there's a fee that's paid to the county. That is the county prerogative. We voluntarily use that money for the city of Pocatello and the city of Chubbuck. We don't get any credit for that when it comes to, you got to pay your fair share. So those are the kind of adult conversations that we need to have. What's most appropriate and how we move forward there. With that, we have that ambulance contract. This contract is concerning from my perspective. It is difficult for me as a representative of the taxpayers in the county to have a contract where we have no control over what it costs us. You tell us what it's going to cost us, but we don't know what that actual cost is. In past agreements, we receive a financial report, but it's a summary, so we don't know exactly what the costs are. So I'm here to request that summary is a detailed report in the future, so that we can have a full understanding of what those costs are. We want to make sure also that that we balance the services with the cost. And I think it's important every once in a while for government to take a look at its operations and see if it's the most cost-effective thing that we can do. So I think one of the things that we're going to look at as a county is opening up this contract to an RFP to make sure that we're on the right track. That may or may not change anything. But we need to justify to the taxpayers that we're doing the right thing. These are hard conversations to have. They're not fun. They're not comfortable, but they're important. They're the right thing to do. And we need to quit being afraid of the political ramifications and start doing the hard right instead of the easy wrongs. And I'm not saying things are wrong. I'm just saying things have been certain ways for a long time, and we need to make sure that they're still the right way to do it. And that's our responsibility. There are a lot of things that we can talk about, and I can keep going on. I don't know if you notice, I haven't really taken much of a breath in this conversation yet. But if you, and I have more. But if you'd like to ask some questions, or I can keep going on, or we can be done, Mary, you can shut me down, whatever you'd like. I'm your guest. So, questions?
I'm really appreciating this update, and I would like you to go on. I did have one question. I've had some people ask me about, is there going to be a change with the sign at the event center?
That is an ongoing conversation right now. There has been discussions with an independent business owner that does signs. And one of the proposals is to have, right now we have the static reader board, and that would be converted to on the corner of Olympus and that's Fairway, but I can't ever remember that strip. Is it F? No.
Well, you've got Olympus and Butte and...
no, it's not that far up. It's Olympus and Fairway, that main intersection. Okay. But I can't remember. Further down, it turns into Fairgrounds Road, and I can't remember that little strip right now. But there would be an electronic board there that would allow us to advertise more functions that we're doing at that. Now, that's a little ironic for me to be sitting on this side of the table telling you this, having been here 2 years ago having the other conversation. I recognize that. And so we're in those discussions right now, yes.
So it would be strictly then for county advertising, or would it be open to?
It would also have some rotation in it for private advertising. And the reason for that is that it would, the contractor would pay for that sign, and there would be no taxpayer expense for that sign. And so we would be able to advertise our events and the things that we want to promote inside that rotation. And we would be able to save taxpayer money on that upgrade. So,
Mr. Mayor? The city has placed considerable thought after you left the council on developing a sign ordinance that won't affect surrounding residences. Is the county considering something similar?
There has been previous discussions about a sign ordinance, and we have made some updates, and so we do have one in place, but it is rather different than the city's idea, and it's different because we're talking most of the county is rural, and so the impact is different. I was very encouraged through that process when I was here, the lengths that the companies went through to address our concerns. The time limit on signs, many of the signs, the smaller signs, are being turned off by 10 o'clock at night. I think almost all of the signs connected to advertising have dimmers, automatic dimmers on it, that has made a huge impact. And so while it may not have turned out exactly the way I was hoping back then, there were great strides made, and I think it was a vast improvement.
Commissioner Brown, we have on this block the Crisis Center and the free clinic. We have chosen at this point to leave the responsibility, like contributing to the free clinic, to the county. Do you as commissioners feel that the city of Pocatello has any additional responsibility in it besides what you are already doing there?
There is no other way for me to answer that. Support in the past has been moderately adequate, but having it co-located with the Crisis Center has increased their business, if I could put it that way. their patient load has increased dramatically, and it has put a strain on their current budget. I'm not sure exactly how yet we're going to address that. It's going to need to be a community effort because it's a community asset. But at this point, I don't have a firm answer for you. But we could certainly be willing to talk about it.
Well, it is a great asset for this community, and I don't want to see it go away, and I know people that are using it do not want it to go away.
Our community cannot afford to have it go away.
I would imagine it's keeping a significant number of people from going to major indigent care.
Yes, sir. That has been our viewpoint in the past in support of that entity, is because we recognize that there is a diversion there. That unless there is a greater significant medical event that needs to go to a hospital, those numbers are being diverted at that point.
My follow-up to this would be, we have two areas of real crisis in my estimation. One is the opioids, and second, mental health. On the horizon, is there anything else the council or the commissioners feel need to be done in those areas that we should be aware of?
Yes. It's a huge issue that we can't tackle individually, and that requires greater involvement from the state. 85% of what we do as a county is directed by the state, and I recognize their reluctance to add to that and their involvement in mental health, but it is beyond a crisis state, and I think it is imperative that we voice our concerns collectively to the legislature to address it. They have discussions, but they never get to the end to make a decision. And it is impacting our court system. It is impacting greatly our detention system. And it's a large problem that we can't solve by ourselves.
Where should those discussions begin?
With our local legislators, I believe. We just had a discussion last week. We're starting quarterly meetings with our local representatives so that they can be prepared when they go into the session in Boise in January with our concerns and background information. And if you haven't done that, please do.
Is the Association of Counties addressing this?
As well, yes. It's a statewide issue that the association also has not only on the radar, but on the talking points and on the legislation path and everything else. So,
do you have a proposed bill?
You know, I don't have an answer to that. There has been a lot of discussion, but there's not a simple solution. It's going to be a lot more than a 5 or 6 page presentation. So.
I just wanted to go back to the ambulance service for a minute. So one of the things you mentioned was the issue of overlapping responsibilities, and that we need to be as efficient as possible for our taxpayers and consolidate where we can and work together and everything. But you also then said maybe we should look at putting that out for an RFP.
Yes.
If that were to happen, wouldn't that then be duplication
no,
of
because,
us having ours?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me explain that just a little bit deeper.
Okay.
Bannock County has an ambulance district. It has its own levy. The county commissioners are the Board of Ambulance District, and under that levy, it raises money to pay for ambulance service within the geographical and jurisdictional boundaries of the county. In 1970, early 1970s, I think 73, somewhere in there, Pocatello had its own ambulance service. The county and the residents of this area voted and created an ambulance district for its own levy, and the city of Pocatello and Bannock County entered into an agreement where the city provided, along with its fire service, the ambulance service. And so we've contracted since then for that service to be done by the city of Pocatello. If there's an outside chance that an RFP proved that we should change direction, then the city of Pocatello would no longer be responsible for that ambulance service.
That's what I understand that, but my question then is, you talked about consolidating services that...
I was talking about dispatch specifically.
Right. But I think the ambulance is a good example of that. Then we'd have separate services.
Well, that would be up to you if you wanted to have your own ambulance service, but we would have an ambulance service that would be under contract with a third party, which it is right now. You are the third party contract holder. And we would have a third party contract holder that would provide ambulance service within the geographical bounds of Bannock County. And that would be up to you if you wanted to have your own. But you wouldn't need to do that because it would be already being provided by an independent third party.
Is that RFP pending?
We currently have an expired agreement for some unknown reason. It's been expired for a couple of years. Originally, the contract back in 1973 was based on a 5-year rotation. Somewhere along the line, it got changed to an annual. And just a little bit ago, we found out that the 2016 agreement has expired and was not renewed. So we're working under an expired contract at the moment.
What is the RFP pending?
Oh, no, sir.
Drafted that? Have you?
No, sir.
No,
Is there a plan for that yet?
We're in the early stages of that discussion, so that still would be down the road. That wouldn't be an immediate thing.
My assumption is we would get a contract here that would be another annual contract, which would give them plenty of time to figure out what they needed to do for an RFP and time to get that out and get that moving. That would be my assumption. And I will just say we all assumed that we were under a 5-year contract with that, and it changed. And so
it's funny what happens when you start looking at your paperwork.
That's right. So
really interesting watching the fire department suddenly take great interest in what you're saying.
Well, all of a sudden, so over the last couple of weeks, I've considered buying a dog, so at least something likes me. And now maybe we'll have some more friends from the back in uniform. I don't know. It could go either way at this point.
The dog won't like you.
I know, and I won't like the dog, so we're in trouble.
So in the early stages of your RFP, one of the things that we do is our fire department supports the ambulance service by sending a fire crew out oftentimes to help transition somebody out of a house, get them into the ambulance, stuff like that. Have you given thought to what that support service might cost for somebody?
That would be through the discussion of creating that RFP and having discussions with independent contractors what that would look like. Absolutely.
from what I understand, what you're saying though is an RFP has just been mentioned that, hey, maybe we ought to look at an RFP. We're not in discussions on
That's correct.
what an RFP would do, what it would look like, where we would go with it, and any of that. It's you.
Right, and I want to have open dialogue. But we're not to a point where we're saying, this is what we're doing today. I just want you to know that that's on the radar, and that's one of the things that we're looking at. Part of the confusion in this contract is we found notes about what the county pays for. So the ambulance, excuse me, the ambulance district levy is maxed out. The county supplements that levy, that budget, with general tax dollars considerably. And so over the past, 2012, 2010, somewhere back then, there was an agreement where 3 more EMTs were brought on. The discussion was the county couldn't afford all 3, and so we would pay for firemen, and the city would pick up. Well, in my mind, that's inappropriate use of dollars within a ambulance levy. I don't know how that arrived, and I don't know what the current status of that is. And so in the discussion of there are 3 EMTs that are not being paid for by the county, we need to make sure that there is also already not 3 firefighters being paid for by the county, because there's somewhat of an offset there if that's the case. So again, I'm just trying to have open dialogue here, but these are the conversations that we need to have moving forward. So. because I think these conversations are important. I don't think they happen enough. And that's how we build relationships, and that's how we serve the public better. So,
Other questions? So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So for you, we're neck deep, we're actually eyeball deep into the budgeting process.
us too. We're going to try to have that done by 5 today, but we've been distracted the last couple of weeks.
I understand that. We're still looking for numbers and for total valuations and stuff. And so we've got a budget built on kind of an unknown.
Yes,
We
sir.
haven't been able to get any preliminary or any of those kind of numbers. So,
Because they don't exist.
so you had a meeting yesterday with the State Tax Commission and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Is there any, do you think there's anything that's going to change significantly? I mean, we're guessing right now that valuations are up anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20% is what we're guessing.
Wow, that's the same number we used yesterday.
And so are we, I guess that's the question, are we on the right track? Do we?
It
do
will
we
not
stick
be
with
less than
using those?
10%, and it will be more than 10%. I doubt it'll be more than 20.
Okay.
And we haven't settled on what our guess on that number is yet. Our numbers from the assessor's office they were submitted yesterday morning, and so the State Tax Commission are reviewing those right now.
Okay.
They are having their official meeting, excuse me, on Monday,
Okay.
and so those numbers will be forthcoming.
Okay, because we've got a discussion later in the day about the budget, and then we have an ordinance to prepare.
Yes.
And we want to be able to prepare that ordinance because we have next week to get that done. So
Absolutely.
thank you for your help on that.
Not much help.
But based on the conversation yesterday, the Board of Tax Appeals starts meeting Monday.
No,
some of
the
those-
tax commission starts on Monday. The Board of Equalization, excuse me,
We need some water.
the tax commission, Board of Equalization meets on Monday. The separate entity, Tax Board of Appeals, meets a little bit later. And there's no time frame for them. They go as they get it done. So that's kind of separate from everything else. But in that meeting with the State Tax Commission Board of Equalization, they will finalize those numbers at that time, first of the week.
But that doesn't typically change significance.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It's been an interesting year when it comes to that. We were behind for numerous reasons. We have new elected officials. That would be one. We have a department that was and is currently understaffed. We had a forensic audit that took place that created several weeks where we were not able to access our files. We had software conversion. The software that the county has used was handwritten 32 years ago in an HP system. It's DOS-based. And starting, excuse me, late last year, we started that process to convert over to a modern system, and our old data has not converted well, and so that created another problem. Not only did it not convert well, and there was a lot of hand entry to try to get the minimum requirements into the system to be able to index the rest of the county. We had a software communication issue with that data with the printer that we contracted with to send out the notices. And then over those crises, there were some miscommunications between the two departments, between the assessor's office and the commissioner's office. I will, as chairman, accept some of the blame for some of the delay because, well, some of the information that didn't get out adequately because of the desire to work as an elected team. It's been a long time since Democrats and Republicans have been able to work together in a county government in Bannock County. And we've made great milestones this last year. So much so that all 9 elected officials have been traveling from community to community, having community engagement meetings. We feel like a team. And so as this crisis unfolded, I wanted to try to keep that team feeling together more. And that delayed my communication, which I didn't think I needed to have, because I've never gone through this before, with the State Tax Commission. Last year, we had 100 people appeal, and 87 of them were resolved through regular communication before the hearings. So we had 13. This year, we had 3,090. It overwhelmed the assessor's department, and things did not work smoothly. We will be having ongoing conversations as soon as we get to the other side of this tunnel. And there is light at the end of the tunnel. I just haven't determined whether it's the end of the tunnel or a train, but we're working on it. That we will assess the process and make sure that we have a plan for whatever the contingency is next year. We do know that the market is raising. I think the issue of increased valuation could have been handled easier if we didn't have the complication of the delay. And so that's one of the things that we will be focused on. I've got George Brown from the Tax Commission on my speed dial, and we've talked. We've become good friends. And he said, well, I'm changing my phone number as soon as this is over. So,
sounds like a great friend.
I don't blame him. While he hasn't had the issue of the delayed notices, this is an issue that's statewide. You look at Bingham County, they were 25%. 25% seems to be the norm most of the state. If you buy a house in Ada County, you insure that house the day you buy it, and within 6 months, you're underinsured. That's how quickly the market's moving. It's an anomaly. It's weird. And it's not a fair market to those who are on fixed incomes. But the state of Idaho, for whatever reason, has decided that their main source of funding for local government is property taxes. And that's what we get to live with. So that's the situation that we're in. And we've done everything within our power as a county commission, which under state law meets as a board of equalization to look at the anomalies within the ratios, the outliers, and we did it under the advice and direction of the tax commission, and there were some other ways we could have handled that. One of them could have been because we were out of compliance in residential and commercial properties. And what that means is when they look at the entire county by classification, you need to be within this, you have to be at market value. And they won't let market value go below 90% on one side or 110% on the other. If you are, then you're out of compliance. We were out of compliance in residential and commercial. We could have done nothing. A lot of people have asked us why we didn't. Because it was the wrong thing to do. First of all, we were within our legal right to do it, but we would have stayed out of compliance. That would have allowed a trigger with the State Tax Commission to do a follow-up ratio study that would show that we were out of compliance, and that's the meeting on Monday. And then they would come in and they would direct the clerk, who is the auditor of the county, to an arbitrary percentage adjustment. And they dictate that. And when that happens, then there is no appeal rights. We felt it was important to uphold the rights of our citizens to have an opportunity to be heard and to appeal. We did not get to all 3,090 appeals. We ran out of time, partly because we have a very tight window to try to get everything done for the tax commission on Monday. And so the ones that we didn't get to, we did in mass. That also upheld their right to appeal to the state, which we felt was really important. Politically, I don't know what the answer would have been, but it would have been easier not to have to look people in the eye and get cursed out. But it was the right thing to do to be able to sustain their right to be heard and to appeal. And so that's why we went the route we did. So real quick, one thing, with the increased valuations, I just want to make sure, we struggle as a combined community with high levy rates. Part of that is due to the undervalue of residential property in Bannock County. And so just because your property value went up about 25% doesn't mean that your taxes are going up 25%. As you well know, state law only allows you to increase your budget by 3%. So we've got this vast amount of new value. You can only increase all of our budgets by 3%. Well, we can't capture all of that value, and so it will force the levy down. And so we will have some people see their taxes go up. We'll see some people have their taxes go down. And we'll see a lot of people where it'll just kind of ripple in the middle. But it'll adjust that high levy rate and bring that down. That's important.
I think that's important because many people look at that levy rate and say we're overtaxed. They don't look at that levy rate and say we're undervalued.
Right.
And so thank you for that explanation. I think that's important to get out to the
And I think when
public.
businesses look at locating here, that's one of the things that they have to go through an education process of what that means. They look at that levy rate and go, oh my gosh. Well, that doesn't directly say that we're the highest, we're going to tax you to oblivion. But it sure makes them take a second look.
Sure.
So, sure.
Commissioner Brown, one of the questions that I've been asked is how many taxing parcels are there in Bannock County? Do you have any idea what
There's nearly 42,000.
42,000.
42,000. And by state law, we are required to look at 20% of those parcels every year over a 5-year rotation, so that every one of them has been looked at over a 5-year. But one of the reasons we have this significant jump, and we have inconsistencies, how do I say that carefully, in relationship to our levy, and Bannock County and many other counties have chosen not to follow state law, and I say that deliberately because it is very explicit in the law that you look at 20%, you create your foundation, and then you index the rest of the property through a mass appraisal process. And you adjust every single property within the county boundaries every year. We haven't done that. And as I've talked to other commissioners, they didn't know it was in the law. You look at it, and so it might not adjust for 5 years. Well, in between, you may have had a market crash or tremendous growth in the real estate market. As a result, you are either paying too much of your fair share or not enough of your fair share. And so by going and rectifying that and putting a process into place, instead of having these, okay, we value your property, and then 5, 6, or 7 years later, this big adjustment, now we'll follow the market, and then that levy can follow, the values will follow that market and kind of keep that levy in check. I think it's painful now, but in the long run, it'll be beneficial for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question. We have had some people come to us after they've gone to the Tax Commission's website, and they've been very concerned about what they see will be the difference in their tax. Is it safe to say that that may not be an accurate number because it's based on the current levy rate and not on the adjusted? Or
great question. It is not based on the current levy rate. It is based on an estimated levy rate. Okay. If all of the established taxing districts, not special bonds, but districts, take the full 3%. So it's going to be within a range.
Okay.
But I don't know what that range is. I'm going to say 2-3%. So it's going to be somewhere in there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That's the 6 districts,
Under 30.
the 6 taxing districts. You said if the 6, all of them take 3%?
Well,
32 districts.
Well, you have
right?
32 taxing districts, but.
there are, but by taxing
6,
code area.
Right.
Right.
And that's what my question is,
So-
that you're talking about the 6 that get the property.
Depending on the code area, the taxing districts within any given code area.
Okay.
So,
Well, the bottom line is taxes will really only go up if we raise taxes.
that is correct. That is correct. And it's a struggle when you have the demands of government that we have.
Well, and the nuance will be individual houses. Some of them will not see near as much because they're still in the homestead exemption. And others will be moving out of that, so they'll see a dramatic raise because they're used to getting half of it set aside because they've been under the homeowner's exemption.
Well, a number of years ago, it used to be an index, and then they went to a set dollar amount. I would be surprised if it stays at the set dollar amount. I think there's great discussion to be had within the legislature on how they approach property taxes and that indexing of the homeowner's exemption.
Well, and the homeowner's exemption takes no consideration into our poor people who are renting.
Correct.
And so oftentimes they get the greatest burden of any tax raise.
They certainly can. So, just as long as we're talking about taxes, let me just share some of the levies within Bannock County alone. This is just within the county levy. We have our general fund, we have indigent, we have our justice fund, which takes care of our jail and our sheriff's operations. Well, I won't say takes care of, partially funds that and our prosecutor's office. We have district court, we have noxious weed, we have an appraisal reevaluation levy, we have the health district that we have to deal with by code, our fair exhibit, fair maintenance, and fair district operations, historical society. The Veterans Memorial is by state law. We have to take care of that. In fact, that law, that segment of the law for Veterans Memorial is actually based on our Veterans Building here in Pocatello. So the junior college, I don't know if you knew this, but under state law, when a resident of Bannock County goes to a junior college, a community college in a different area, we get the opportunity as a county to reimburse those expenses because the residents of that area pay for their residents to go to that college. We don't. So we get a long list of names every semester that we have the opportunity to help pay for their school.
So is there reciprocity in that if their students come to ISU?
No, because it's a state, and these are community junior colleges. So, and they have their own district, like that one in Idaho Falls, Eastern Idaho, that just was set up. We have a tort levy and a park and recreations levy, so we're kind of all in the same boat, aren't we?
How many of those are maxed out?
Several of them are maxed out, but it's complicated, but I will boil it down to terms that I can explain easily because I like food. Pizza. We all have, we have our levy that is maxed out that we can't adjust, but within, we can cut the slices different sizes. And so if we say we're going to give our justice fund is maxed out, our ambulance district is maxed out, but let's say we want to change how much we take out of our appraisal levy. Well, that means a different levy is going to be squoze down. So it's a delicate balancing act when you have one elected official who wants more money out of their levy, but then we have to go to somebody else's levy and say, okay, we're cutting yours. So it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
I have one last bit of uncomfortable news. Sorry.
Why do you end on a bad note?
Drum roll.
I'm sorry. I should have started off with it. We need to have some conversations about our landfill. We are spending millions of dollars as a county. And as we review federal environmental law, there's something regarding long-tail responsibilities. The common term for that is cradle to grave, and there are responsibilities that are required to have participants be together in the process. The law requires us, as we interpret it, to have people that were involved in the landfill to help us. So we need to have a conversation about that in the coming days. You may or may not know that the city of Pocatello owned that landfill, and Bannock County now owns it and runs it. And so we get to lock arms in this. We currently have a phenomenal engineering firm, CDM Smith, who's one of their principals is here locally. It's a nationally recognized firm, and they have picked up the ball last year and are doing some phenomenal modeling and trying to understand the hydrologic and geographic areas that is very unique in the Gap. A previous firm made some determinations of what that looked like, and obviously it's not that, because we have some migration of some contaminants that are moving where they shouldn't be. And we're doing everything within our power to get ready to try to resolve that. First, we're trying to identify where the migration is coming from. And we're very hopeful that we're going to be able to do that in the next year or so with this firm. They're brilliant, and they're easy to work with. And it has opened up a new line of communication with DEQ, which has been strained in the past on this issue. And now we're all on the same page. It doesn't mean we all agree every day, but we're required to make invitations to participants of the process. And so we will be getting with you to talk about this in the coming days.
Are we talking in terms of aquifer contamination? Is that the main direction?
There is a plume that has been there for a number of years,
right.
Decades. The county in years past, probably mid-90s, late 90s, and I think the city may have helped with some expense back then, I'm not sure, put in some aeration units to evaporate those contaminants off. That has been working to some degree, but it looks like with this migration of the plume that it's not centrally located where it needs to be. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to determine is how do we get ahead of this, and how do we control this so that it doesn't become a major issue.
Good.
So, and that will require additional conversation about some homes that are in the Gap area that have access to city water, but there's some great expense when it comes to hookup fees. And so those are some conversations we're going to need to have as well.
So while we're having heart-to-hearts, where are we on the well at the county fairgrounds? Have you got that actuated?
Oh, okay. So that well, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact years, but when that well was drilled more than 20 years ago, I can't remember the exact date, but it was more than 20 years ago. No maintenance has been done to that well. It was well below 10% capacity, and so it wasn't giving us the water that we needed. We now, with our new director up there, Guy Patterson, has been working on the well. It's interesting, what was assumed to be an easy fix of let's connect a pipe has dominoed back to the source. And we have a pump that fails annually as part of the newer addition of the complex up there. And a pump that is damaged because of the sand that's coming through
the well that has problems. We have re-sleeved that well and are rebuilding the pumps, and we're well on our way of finally coming to a solution.
Okay.
So
you
it's been a while.
You think there will be, because we have this ongoing extension of
Yes.
services that keeps going and going and going,
Yes.
and you think there's going to be an end to that?
There is.
Okay.
There is. One of the solutions that we discussed last week, once all the pumps are rebuilt and fully operational, is running a new line from the pump by the pump house by the lake. I'm probably massacring this. That may not be the source, but we're running a new line instead of the existing line that will have a smaller incline and greater pressure to be able to accommodate the soccer fields.
Okay.
And our hope is to have that line put in before the end of construction year this year. So, yes, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate the question.
Oh, sure. You were on the other side of it at one time.
It certainly was. Certainly was. And yes, sir. So, it's funny how things change when you're on the other side of the table.
Sure. Any other questions, council?
I just have a really quick one.
Yes.
Sorry to go back to the taxing. How many appeals were you guys able to hear out of the 3,000?
A little over 600. We just ran out of time. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, there weren't enough hours. So, and out of those, there was a mixture, a couple hundred that we upheld the value, that seemed in line. There were quite a number of those remainders that we made adjustments to. And then some of those, about 100 of those, that we requested additional information for, and due to the overwhelming workload that situation created, that information was not returned to us as a Board of Equalization. And so in those small instances of those 100, we rolled those values back to 2018 because there was no information that we could apply. So when we felt that there was enough there was just no way to make a decision. So for anybody who's watching that would like to get an idea of what their taxes might look like, the State Tax Commission on their website, if you go to just Google search Idaho Tax Commission, has a button on their main page that takes you to a tax estimator, and you can take your notice, your parcel number, and what your net value is after the homeowner's exemption, and that'll give you an idea what your property tax might look like. So it's just an estimate, but it'll give you an idea. So.
Super. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner, I know you can go on for hours now.
I certainly can.
You've gone for over an hour now. So we're going to cut you off there.
My apologies.
Like a typical politician, you can't stop talking in front of a microphone.
Absolutely. It's it's in the blood.
That's right.
I come by it naturally. I do hope that this was useful enough that we might be able to come back and do it again.
We'll figure out. It was useful, and it was a good report. We appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate our partnership, and it can always do better, and we're open to that. It's a partnership, goes on both sides, and we recognize that. And so we appreciate our relationship with you, and we commit to always do better.
Super.
So,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we will move to agenda item number 5, which is Regional Economic Development of Eastern Idaho Ready Update. Teresa McKnight, Chief Executive Officer, Regional Economic Development of Eastern Idaho Ready, will be present to give council an update of Ready's activities and achievements. And I might just wish you welcome. You've been on the job all of a month.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I've had an opportunity to meet several of you, and I look forward to meeting the rest of you as we continue to push forward development in Eastern Idaho. I just appreciate your time and this opportunity. As the mayor alluded to, I've officially reached my 1-month mark, and it has been a great experience. In the first 2 weeks, I put 1,400 miles on my car in getting around eastern Idaho and meeting with as many people as I possibly can to learn the lay of the land. So I thought what I'd first do is just introduce myself as far as my background and what brought me here. But I've spent 25 years in regional and state economic development. My focus has been on developing innovation districts, which are university-related research parks, tech commercialization and research out of the university, developing incubators and accelerators. So I've been very involved in the entrepreneurial activities within the state of Utah, within the state of South Dakota, and within the state of Montana. Also workforce training and workforce development, business recruitment and retention, working with business, industry, multiple universities and colleges, as well as state and federal governments. So my previous position prior to coming here was working for the state of Utah. It was my responsibility to do regional economic development from North Salt Lake to Logan, Utah, as well as develop the first state-run incubator program. So as you go to Salt Lake City, we're down in that area, you look at the U-Star Innovation Center, which is outside the west gates of the Hill Air Force Base. That's one of my projects. And that was a great incubator prototype lab to help incubators, entrepreneurs start their companies, but as well as help those engineers on Hill Air Force Base to reverse engineering and rapid prototyping on agent parts for the Air Force. So we entered into an agreement with the United States Air Force and the state of Utah for engineers to be able to come over and do that type of development work. So it was the first of its kind and a great welcome for the state of Utah. I want to note also that in addition to that, I've wrote innovative economic development programs, which has turned over new legislation in several states. And so that's very important as we look at the economics of the state. What are we doing to recruit and retain business, workforce development? Are the creative tools that we can use that are not existing now from a tax perspective or a legislative perspective? And so those are things that we will be auditing and reviewing as well. But what's, I think, most important is I'm a resident in Pocatello. I moved to Pocatello. That is where I will reside. We will also have an office in Pocatello for Ready, as well as our office in Idaho Falls. So we will maintain 2 offices. Some of the projects that I think Dana, when she was here and provided the quarterly review, a lot of work has been put into creation of jobs. We've had a lot of employers that have talked to us about, we have a lot of open jobs, but we can't fill the jobs. And so we are going to be working with the universities and the colleges to see, we're turning out students, but they're out migrating. They're leaving our state. And that happens in all the states that I've worked in. That's a problem for everyone, that everyone faces. But I think that the important factor is when we recruit these students into our universities and colleges, what are we doing to physically retain them? What are we trying to physically do that make them feel like they're part of the community? And so we really need to work hard that when they come in, when they're freshmen, that we get them entrenched into the community, that we get them attached to businesses and industries so that they have the opportunities for internships, assistantships, part-time employment while they're gaining their education. That training is happening, which is important to the employer because that's where the major costs are when you bring on employees into your system. But it's also an opportunity for students to really get connected with the community, with the employers, and have full-time employment opportunities upon graduation instead of not getting entrenched in the community, not getting connected with business. I'm a senior, do you know what? I'm going to look all over the United States and figure out where I'm going to go. So we really have to start at a very early age of the process when they come into our systems. There's 3 areas that we really are looking at in improving regional economic development. One is we need to maintain the environment that protects our existing businesses. When you work in economic development, it's always, we've got to get new businesses into our area. We've just got to push and push and push. And that's great. But what are we doing once we get the businesses here to make sure we retain them, that we're taking care of them? And that's very, very important and very critical to the economic environment for them to thrive and remain in eastern Idaho. Also, expanding the region's base through existing business expansion. This kind of expansion is probably the most sustainable kind of growth. We have companies that want to grow, that want to continue to grow, but there are obstacles in their way. And so we have to make sure early on, as they can see that growth pattern start to occur, that we latch on, we look at what those problems are, we resolve them as quickly as possible so they're able to expand in a healthy direction. Also attracting new business to the region by promoting the area assets and top industries. And I'll be talking about that in just a few minutes. We've been working on an economic strategic plan that has been focusing on workforce, business, and industry, both on retention and recruitment and quality of life. Because that's very, very important. If you're going to recruit employees, or if there's companies in other areas of the United States that want to come to Eastern Idaho, they've got to bring their employees with them. And so what type of quality of life are you going to offer that they're going to leave behind? Are they going to match up? Are there going to be maybe areas that they won't have that they're used to? And so those are things that we're really going to focus on, because as we know, quality of life is very, very important when we come into areas. And I'm learning that coming in to Eastern Idaho. Requirements for a strong economy that is adaptable and able to sustain long periods of growth while mitigating periods of economic decline, because we know those economic declines come. But one of the things that we've focused on in the past that I'd really like to focus going forward on is preparing for disruptions. We all know there's disruptions that occur, and we have to be prepared for those disruptions. There are enough people out in our community that are working in this area that we can say, you are experts in your fields. You know when disruptions are going to come. So let's all work together to prepare for those, cushion for those, work through it, come out hopefully on a healthy side where we can continue to grow.
Those disruptions, are you talking in terms of major international economic crises or lack of employees? What are you repeating?
It could be anything that is disruptive to the economic scale within a region. So it could be any of those. So we have to just watch in all of those areas for those disruptions. Some of the areas we're going to be addressing is interest from outside businesses looking to relocate or expand here, business satisfaction, which is retention, workforce needs, education, access to jobs, transportation, employer needs, partnerships, and collaboration. And when I talk about transportation, it will be talking about air transportation, because one of the things that we know in bringing in businesses to our area, our executives want to be able to come in and out and have accessibility and do it quickly. So when we look at some business recruitment that will happen, we know that businesses will have satellite offices of their businesses. They won't physically pick up their headquarters and come into your region, but they will have satellite offices. And they'll have satellite offices in multiple states, so they need to get in and out as quickly as possible. And so that's one of the areas that we will have to talk about and discuss, which is our air transportation. We've done a lot of research over the last several months. Dana's done a great job in working with several groups. So we've identified some really unique key findings, some observations, some key sectors have been identified. And so we've put together data points in this plan that we will be rolling out in the next couple of weeks. We've done asset mapping to see where our heat points are within the counties, where our economic assets and strengths are, what sectors, whether it's energy, whether it's IT, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, whatever it may be, we're seeing where those heating spots are, because that will be a major point for us to recruit businesses in. And also goals and strategies as I move forward as the CEO of the organization. Any questions up to this point?
Questions?
I've got one. So do you have that data for the heat maps? Any information?
They are just finishing that up this week, so I'm excited to see what results we have.
And then I guess going back to the disruptions, I was just normally in the entrepreneur world, I guess disruptions is like a positive thing.
Sure.
Something disrupts the norm, and all of a sudden it's a boom. But you're talking more in a negative aspect, I'm assuming, or are you talking both?
I'm talking both, because you bet disruptions can actually be a positive impact in the economy, but then there's also disruptions that come in that can really cause confusion and pure disruption to the path that you're going economically. And so we want to make sure that when we see those come, and we cushion, we prepare, we're ready for them. So, for example, I did some consulting in an area within Idaho. I won't name the area, but because of the planning and the growth within their area, they're facing a lot of issues because the disruption hit quickly and they weren't prepared for it. And we want to avoid those issues. Okay.
Super.
Any other questions? So we're hosting a Senator Rich event on Monday, August 12th. It's from 11:30 to 1 o'clock. He'll be talking on several different areas. And so if you've not RSVP, I would encourage you to hopefully do that in the next 24 hours and join us on Monday. That will be at College of Eastern Idaho in Building 6. So we hope that you'll be able to join us. And then after, the Senator is actually going to be meeting with businesses in each of our cities, small businesses, to talk about some of the issues that they're facing right now as their businesses are trying to grow, which is a one-on-one conversation, and different businesses have been invited. I believe there's 4 or 5 businesses from Pocatello that have been invited to participate. So with that, I want to thank you for your support of READY, and I'm excited for what the future holds for regional economic development. I do have this document, which is a fact sheet that we put together that we handed out. I did bring a bunch of those. Unfortunately, I had a meeting last night and this was the only one left out of the pile that I had. And so I will make sure that this booklet gets in the hands of you and you can read through it. But there's more to come, and that's the strategic plan. And I think that will be more in-depth. Within the strategic plan, there's specific sheets for Pocatello, for Chubbuck, for Ammon, for Idaho Falls, that just relates to your city and has all the data points. That's going to be critical as we look at each one of your areas of where are we doing good, where do we need to improve, how are we going to bring business in, and how are we going to retain our businesses.
Where is your office actually located?
In Pocatello. So in Pocatello, it will. My office will be in my home. But we have several areas that we will be having. We have access to conference rooms for those meetings to take place. But I'll be quite honest with you, from just the month that I've been here, my office is my car. My car is showing that it is an office because I've been up and down the I-15 corridor from Rexburg to Pocatello. So to be honest, to do my job, it's not sitting in an office. That's not what it's about. It's getting out and working with people and businesses.
And you know that there is an ordinance about not using your handheld phone in Pocatello in your office.
Thank goodness it's
While
connected.
your office is moving.
Connected to Bluetooth, so I don't have to worry about that. In Utah, where I came from, it's a $100 fine if you're on your phone, and they don't mess around. I haven't personally had that experience, but I know others that have. So.
Turned into a confession and then
a rebuttal. Yeah.
Rebuttal. Wait a minute, that wasn't me. Super. Thank you, Teresa.
All right. Thank you.
So, this council's had considerable discussion over the last several months about the relationship between READY and Bannock Development and the possibility of hiring our own business development officer. I know it's only been a month, but any thoughts on that?
I would like to sit down and have a one-on-one conversation about that. How's that for an answer?
Pretty vague.
I think that there's some discussions that need to be more in detail about what does that look like. So just to ask me the question, what does that look like? And how does it relate to what we're doing? How are there crossovers? How can we unify? So there's just a lot of unanswered questions to that question you're asking me.
Any opinions yet?
There needs to be discussions.
Should run for office.
Which office is she running?
That's
right. That's right.
But thank you for that question. Thank you.
I did have one quick comment. I'm just glad to see that you are opening an office in Pocatello. It's nice to have a little more focus on Pocatello. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, there's great things happening in Pocatello, and it's been many years since I had been to Pocatello until my son and daughter-in-law moved to Pocatello, and 3 of my 5 grandbabies. And so, you know, it's exciting to come back and see the changes in Pocatello. So keep up the good work.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 6, Service Line Program Presentation Warranty. Dennis Lyon, representing Utility Services Partner Incorporated, will be present to discuss homeowners repair protection service. The service would cover broken, cracked, or leaking waters and sewer lines from the point of utility connection to the home's exterior.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Mr. Mansfield, for your efforts as well. I have some information that I'd like to hand out. Thank you. Forgot to put the cards.
Here, if you just hand those to me, you can get your presentation going, and I will get them out to the rest of the council.
And I forgot to put the cards.
Thank you. All right, that's okay. We'll get that done.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good. So again, thank you so much for having me. My name is Dennis Lyon. I am with the National League of Cities Service Line Program, which is the only service line program that's endorsed by the National League of Cities, as well as 17 other state leagues and various other councils of government and government entities and so on. Excuse me. I work for a company called Utility Service Partners, and we're the administrators of this program. So I think it's important that you know a little bit about us and who we are and what it is that we do. So we have been offering this service for about 17 years now. We've had the endorsement of the National League of Cities since 2010. We have a customer satisfaction rating of 4.8 out of 5 stars. We have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and also the Western Pennsylvania Better Business Bureau has twice awarded us something that they call the Torch Award, which they give for marketplace ethics. So we received that award in 2013 and then again in 2018. The entire way our program is set up and managed is to be completely transparent and above board with the communities that we work with. Therefore, when we get those types of awards, we feel like we're accomplishing what it is we've set out to do in this public-private partnership format that we participate in. So we regularly conduct Harris polls to kind of take a pulse on the state of Americans' finances and what have you. You can read these at your convenience, but the one that I've highlighted, which I think is important, is 80% of respondents either strongly or somewhat agree with the statement that local community government should be responsible for educating homeowners about their external water lines or on their property that are not covered by their homeowner's insurance, i.e. the portion of lines they would have to take care of out of their own, at their own expense should there be an issue with them. So basically they're saying, just tell us that this is our responsibility so that we can proactively choose to do something about it if we want to. So I told you a little bit about our experience and our reputation. I'd like to touch on partnership. What we do is we partner with the community in order to make our completely voluntary program available for homeowners. What our program offers them is optional protection on their portion, the external water line, the external sewer line, as well as their in-home plumbing. This is done, those programs are all completely separate, and homeowners can choose any combination that they would like if they choose to participate in. So we address that public policy issue of aging underground utility infrastructure and what we do. So it's the same in every single community, including yours. You maintain and upgrade the public side of the infrastructure, but the homeowner's portion gets left behind in this process. And honestly, that's where the National League of Cities got involved and started looking into these types of services, because they wanted to find one that they felt like they could put their name on and make available all across the United States, every community, and we're the company that they selected to do so. There's absolutely no cost to the city to participate in the program, and it's offered at a complete turnkey approach. What that means is we manage every aspect. So we take care of the marketing, the billing, the claims, the customer service. We set up a local contractor network as well, and we manage all of that. There is a component of our program that is also an ongoing revenue stream for the city, and I'll touch on that because I'll explain how the homeowner benefits tie into that component of it as well. What I like to point out is at its most elemental level, what our program functions as is a completely free public awareness campaign for the city. So every community where our program is available, there's an elevated and raised awareness of responsibility from the homeowner side, because as it typically goes, when a homeowner has a problem with their portion of water or sewer line, their first call is to the city. And once the city takes the time to send somebody out, investigate the issue, and deliver that message to the homeowner that this is your responsibility, most of the time that's when that homeowner is learning for the very first time that they're actually responsible for those lines, which is the worst possible time that you would want to find something like that out. So we do that proactively. The nice thing about that is even folks who choose not to participate in what it is that we provide have still been proactively educated. So at the very least, it should reduce the number of calls that your public works or water or whatever are receiving from homeowners that are having these issues, because now they know ahead of time, hey, this is my responsibility. For the ones who participate, they get the peace of mind of knowing that they call a toll-free number that we provide to them, reaches one of our 2 call centers. One of them is the office I work out of, which is just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The other is in Chattanooga, Tennessee. They're staffed by over 500 individuals, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including holidays. And when they call with an issue, we dispatch a local contractor to handle that issue for them. We do that for a few reasons. One is we pay the contractors directly for the services that are performed, so we're infusing money into your local economy that wouldn't necessarily be here. The other reason is, of course, local contractors are going to know the codes, they're going to know what permit they need, so all the work is done up to your standards, and as our contractors like to say, everything's done right the first time. You know, there's no messing around. Those contractors, we put them through a very rigorous vetting process to make sure that they're qualified, and we do this for several reasons. So we make sure that they're licensed, bonded, insured, have all the necessary equipment, have no open complaints with the Better Business Bureau, and then we go a step further and conduct background checks and drug screens on the individuals that work for those companies. We do that because we want homeowners to feel good about who's showing up at their door to perform these repairs. We want you city officials to know that you're confident in who it is that we're sending. And as a business, we have a reputation at stake with all of the endorsements that we have in all of the cities that we work with that we wish to maintain as well. So we take it very seriously when we put these contractors through this vetting process to make sure they meet our standards. I'll go through the coverage quickly. I'm going to cover the water and sewer line at the same time because they're in essence set up the same. So this is for, from the point of utility connection for where the line enters the home for both water and sewer. What we provide to a homeowner is up to $8,500 per incident. And per repair incident means every single time they have an issue, up to $8,500 is available to address that issue. This is for lines that are broken, cracked, leaking, have tree root penetration, frozen external water lines that would need to be thawed, or even just a clog that would need to be cleared out. It does include coverage for public street or public sidewalk cutting if it's necessary. We do not charge homeowners a service fee when we dispatch a contractor. We absorb that cost. There is not a deductible that they have to meet. There's no annual or lifetime limit on their coverage amounts either. We don't do long-term contracts with homeowners. Everything is on a month-to-month basis, so they're able to opt out at any time they would like. And also, there's no pre-inspection. So after a 30-day waiting period when someone enrolls, their coverage begins. So it's pretty straightforward and very comprehensive coverage. Then the third product that we offer is that in-home plumbing coverage. This is up to $3,000 per repair incident. This is for all the water, sewer, and drain lines that are inside the home after the point of entry, including lines that are embedded underneath the concrete slab or the basement floor, as well as even clogged toilets are covered by this protection. And it's set up the same way. No service fees, no deductibles, no annual or lifetime limits. No long-term contracts, everything's on a month-to-month basis, et cetera. So the idea is to keep the coverage as simple as it is for homeowners, and it's also set up in this manner so that there's not a deterrent for someone calling to have their issue taken care of. So what we've noticed is homeowners that participate in our program are much more likely to get their issues taken care of quickly versus letting things go, because sometimes what happens there is issues make their way from the private side over to the public side, and then things kind of get ugly as to now who's responsible. I mentioned the revenue stream. So the way that works and the way that ties into what the homeowner's benefits are is the city would receive 50 cents per month per each one of those paid warranty agreements. So for example, if a homeowner enrolled in all 3 products, that's $1.50 per month. It accrues throughout the year. We pay that out every January. We don't stipulate how that revenue is used, so you can really do whatever you like with it. So some examples: low-income utility assistance program. You can supplement that, offset the cost of a water bill if someone has a leak. We have a partner in Kansas who uses the revenue that they make from the program to equip their police cars with Narcan. So they're addressing something that is obviously a big issue in our country now with revenue that they've generated by participating in our program. The other thing is you can also decline that revenue. In that case, we pass that savings directly onto the homeowners who participate. So each one of the products is 50 cents less per month. So we're not keeping that revenue if a city passes on it. As far as our marketing approach, that's only done by direct mail. So I always like for cities to know that if you choose to work with us, you're not unleashing telemarketers or door-to-door salespeople on your homeowners. We do not do business in that manner. Also, we limit to 3 mailing campaigns per year, so we're not out to overwhelm your homeowners with mail either. The letter that we send out is designed to educate homeowners as to their responsibilities and also inform them what's available to them. So it explains to them what their responsibility is. It explains to them that this is something that's completely voluntary for them. It explains to them that the products are separate and they can choose any combination they would like. And then very importantly, it also explains to them that this is a program that's available to them through an outside company via a public-private partnership with the city, not by the city itself. And it directs them to contact us anytime they have questions or issues. Excuse me, another thing I want to point out about that letter is we provide that to the city before each and every one of those mailing campaigns for your review, input, and approval before that information is ever sent out. We're the only company that does that. So we give you that ability to be able to tailor that message more to your specific community. We feel that's very important. What the city's role is in the partnership with the program is we ask for use of the city logo and a generic signature from the city on that marketing material. So again, for that reason, it's never done without a partnership with the city first and without approval of that information before it's ever sent out to homeowners. So really, even when you partner with us and we're administering everything, you have control over what it is that we're doing, whether or not we mail. We do this for a couple reasons. One of them is it creates an economy of scale that allows us to offer the best possible benefits at the lowest rates that we can. And 2, when the National League of Cities selected us and endorsed our program and allowed us to operate it with their name, they did so with the requirement that we continue to operate in this partnership manner. This is what they wanted because nobody else does this. And also there's flexible enrollment for homeowners. We let them know that they can fill out the form, they can call us, they can go to our website. So whatever's most convenient for them. And I like to mention that so that you understand that we're not trying to channel people into a format where somebody can try to talk them into doing something that they don't want to do. We are absolutely not about that at all.
Can I ask you a question on the marketing?
Certainly.
Specifically the direct mail approach? I mean, do you get a good response to that? Or, I mean, I know a lot of people receive things all the time and they're skeptical of, is it a scam but many people respond positively?
And that's a great question. And the reason when the company started this process 17 years ago, they chose to go this route is because of what you just mentioned. So,
especially phone calls, I guess.
Yeah. So I don't know if there are any other companies around here that do this type of thing, because honestly, in the entire country, there are only a handful, if that even, of companies that provide this type of service. But those that do will typically just mail into the community without city involvement. And that's what usually raises alarms and makes people think, well, do I trust this? And typically that's where a city will receive calls in, because people will be like, what is this? You know, should I do something about this? Is this something that matters to me? So informing the partnership, when homeowners know that a city is aware of the program and has involvement in it and has vetted it, there's more confidence.
It builds that trust value.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It builds that trust, which then encourages them to at least look into it, where otherwise they might have just thrown something away without even bothering to see what it entailed. So that's where it's mutually beneficial to the community, to the homeowner, to the city, to the homeowners, and obviously us as a company that provides the service as well.
On that line, what if we assigned this to the 50 cents per thing, if we assigned it to a nonprofit, could they help market for you too?
Well, the partnership, and that's a good question, and it brings up an interesting point, because actually Orem, Utah is a long-term partner of ours, and what they do with their revenue is they donate it to a local charity every year. As far as the partnership goes, it's between the company and the city that's participating, because that's where that recognition and that public trust then comes in, when people know that, hey, city officials have looked at this, they've reviewed it, they recognize that this is something that maybe I should at least look into. So we've never done anything outside of that scope. I mean, there are times where we'll partner with a utility if it's like a separate enterprise operation. But
We could allocate it.
oh, the revenue you mean? Yeah, the revenue you could. Yeah, I thought you meant would.
Well, I'm just saying, can they market it somehow? Like when they're doing fundraising, you know, we're partner with the city of Pocatello and NLC.
So you mean as far as like the charity being mentioned in the?
And just stuff they do. They put a logo or something on stuff they do, so that people would know that if they are participating in this, there's a small margin that goes to the nonprofit.
I will check on that and get back to you with that, because you bring up a good point. I mean, and I always advise folks that I speak with that, you know, if you're going to participate in the revenue component, be very transparent about where it's going. So don't put it in your general fund, because then people figure out it's just, you know, whatever. But if you're going to pick something very specific, then transparency is the way to go. And also, there are plenty of cities that will publicize the fact that we had an opportunity to generate some revenue for this program, but we passed on that in order to reduce the price by 50 cents per product as well. But I will check on that and follow up, because nobody's ever raised that, and that's an interesting point. I mean, at least that might be something that could be mentioned in the mailing, that, hey, by participating in this, there's also revenue that goes to charity. Yeah. And then just quickly, we have over 650 municipal partners currently in 41 states, including Victor, Idaho. So they're our first partner here. We've done one mailing campaign there so far. And so far, what I've heard from our account management side of things is that the program is going well. It was well received by the community. I think Mr. Mansfield said he knows some folks in Victor as well. So I don't know if you've reached out yet, but you could probably find out some things as well. So we finally have a footprint here, which I'm happy about that. And then I brought up some regional partners as well, just some names that some of you might recognize. All told, in the surrounding states of, well, including Idaho, but also Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, Oregon, and Washington, there are 56 cities that we're currently working with to make our program available. 58. Oh, my math was wrong. I'm sorry. And lastly, just kind of a few odds and ends. Your endorsement of our program or partnering with us does not equal exclusivity. So what we mean by that is if you choose to work with us, we don't ask that if there is somebody else who does this type of thing, that you keep them out. So homeowners still have that choice if there's another option that's available to them. We're currently serving over 3.7 million customers. 1.3 million jobs completed over the last 3 years. We average one job completed every 63 seconds. We've saved customers over $450 million in repair costs over the last 3 years. We have a 97% claim approval rating. So I like to point to the fact that we're looking for reasons to approve claims when homeowners have issues versus insurance companies, and I have an insurance background, looking for reasons to say, no, that's not covered because of this technicality. Also, 99.6% claim satisfaction rating. Where I think that's important is what that means is when we've done a job, 99.6% of the time, the homeowner is happy with what we've done. The other 0.4% of the time, we're working with them until we get it right. Currently, over 1,400 contractors in our network, and 9 of every 10 customers surveyed have recommended our program to friends, families, neighbors, etc., because they feel good about what it does for them.
Let's see, what is your company? Utility Service Partners. So you've been in business 3 years then? Is that where you were saying over the last 3 years? Is that how long the company has been around?
That's just typically a benchmark that we use. We tend to speak in things of over the last 3 years because there's growth.
So how long has the
17.
17 years.
Yes.
Okay. And then how long have you been the preferred company with the National League of Cities?
Since 2010.
Since 2010, okay.
And actually that agreement was just recently renewed to go through 2024, I believe.
Okay. So approximately how many companies are there that do a similar service? I mean, I know that they have chosen you, but are there a lot of other options, or are you kind of one of just the few?
Yeah, there are 3 that I know of. And the other 2 aren't typically available in every other. For example, one of them is based out of Tennessee, and they're available in Tennessee and North Carolina. You know, and the other one is on a national level, like we are, but there are certain areas that they just don't have a presence in for whatever reason. Because of our relationship with the National League of Cities, our goal is that it needs to be available everywhere. So we don't exclude areas. I mean, I've been to some small towns in Louisiana that had maybe, 125 households that we were going to mail to, and I've gone to their council meetings and introduced it there as well, because we feel that strongly about making it available to anybody who wants to have it, any homeowner that wants to have it.
Any other questions?
The billing process, is it through the city or is it through you?
That's through us. We handle that. We would never ask a city to put us on bill or to collect money for us or incur those administrative costs.
Would you ask us for a mailing list?
There's 2 ways we can go about that. So, and that's a great question as well. So oftentimes cities will provide us with a mailing list. It tends to be more accurate, but we do have avenues that we go through to acquire one in cases of a city not wanting to provide it, or I've heard of instances where cities have ordinances that they can't provide it. That's information that they're going to keep. So in that case, we have a third-party direct mail source that we go through that provides us. It's not as accurate as a city list, and it requires some fine-tuning after the fact. Like you might get some renters that will receive a mail piece, and obviously they have no vested interest in participating in something that's for property they don't own. But no, that's a good question. So there's avenues if you didn't want to provide that information, absolutely.
Any other questions?
Does the National League of Cities have a revenue stream off of the endorsement?
I believe so. I believe that is part of the partnership. But what I would say is, and again, I'll lean back to my insurance background. I used to work for United Healthcare, and I dealt with their Medicare products, which are endorsed by AARP, and I would occasionally have people say, well, I know how that works. You pay money to AARP, and they let you use their name. And I say, well, National League of Cities, AARP, what have you, they all have reputations, so they're not going to just put their name on anything for receipt of money.
The contractors you're talking about using, is the contract they would have for work with you or with the property owner?
It's with us. So when the property owner has an issue, they call us, we dispatch the contractor, Everything is between us and the contractor. And I should also mention, something I forgot to mention, is contractors don't pay us to become part of our network, and we don't dictate to them what they charge for their services either.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I really
We have
appreciate the opportunity to be here.
a few extras here for you.
Oh, okay.
Then we will move to agenda item number 7, real quick, Valley Pride Intersection Improvement Project. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Valley Pride representatives will be present to discuss improvement projects on state of Idaho property located at the intersection of North Main Extension, Garrett Way, Highway 30, Hawthorne Road. Valley Pride is requesting City of Pocatello's assistance to apply for a grant from the IFT Foundation and to provide irrigation water for the property.
I hope that you can see that little triangle that's in the photograph there. It connects Garrett Way, North Main Extension, connects with Highway 30, and works its way off to Hawthorne Road. This is, the northeastern part of Pocatello. It's the project I'm here to talk about.
Dave, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm good.
I was just going to ask him too, and you can tell he's an attorney. He's used to standing up when he's speaking.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming the cameras can get him. Okay, it looks like you're good to stand up if you'd like to.
Okay. My name's David McGuire, and I've been with an organization known as Portland Valley Partners, formerly known as Valley Pride. I've been with that group for about 6 years now. It's an organization that I'm sure most of you are familiar with. It has been involved in numerous improvement projects around the city designed to try to make it more attractive. You might, well, I don't know if any of the members of the City Council were on the council several years ago when Valley Pride was here talking to the City Council about weeds and improvements for the beauty of the city. Well, we don't talk about just weeds. We also talk about improving the approaches to the city of Pocatello. They've been involved in the trees that were located up on Alameda Road. I'm sure you are familiar with that. They're also involved in the sign that's up there coming off of the interstate down onto Clark Street. And over the last 5 or 6 years, we have been working very hard to improve the approach on Highway 30 coming into Pocatello, the berm project, as we often refer to it. I might add that Rick Cheatham is also the president of Valley Partners right now. So he and I have been working closely on this project over the last several months. When we were working on the berm project and we were just about ready to be finished, I drove past this triangle, and I've got a little diagram here that might be easier for you to see. It shows what we're proposing to do. I tell people that this project is kind of, it's a no-brainer. This intersection triangle is currently, it's an empty gravel lot. It's owned by the Idaho Department of Transportation. They haven't, over the years, had much of a budget for improving the appearance of their property. And so when Valley Pride shows up and says, hey, we have an idea about how to improve this triangle, they're pretty receptive. And I'm sure most of you know Ed Belay. He recently retired, but when I mentioned this to him, he was very enthusiastic. And in fact, we have an agreement with the Idaho Department of Transportation to do the improvements that we're talking about on this triangle. The project would include putting some block around the intersection in 2 tiers, planting it with a bunch of very nice perennials, and then irrigating the system, hopefully with water from the city of Pocatello. I've got some budgets for this project that I'd like to share with you so you have an idea of what we're talking about. And you may be able to answer. See, hopefully I've got enough. If I don't have enough,
We'll share.
you'll share. Yes. Oh, short one.
We too will share.
You two will share. Okay.
Todd Hubbard is Ed's replacement, just for your information.
Well, I'm going to get to know Mr. Hubbard pretty well over the next couple of years because this project is ongoing, and just this one project is only one that we're talking about out there. We've gotten the bids and the estimates for the cost of the block. We've gotten the bids for the cost of hooking up to the city water system from Justin Armstrong. We've gotten the costs to install the irrigation system inside the perimeter here. But there are some things that we don't know what the costs are going to be, including an electrical connection, if it's appropriate, rock that would be utilized around the exterior perimeter, and then the most material. So there are some uncertain costs that we haven't quite worked out yet. But let's talk about where the city might be able to come in and help us with this project. We do need a water connection. And one of the fortunate things about this is that, I've got my little pointer here. Fortunately, the city has a water main and a connection right there. I mean, it is just across the street. And Justin has given us an estimate. You can see what it is. It's $8,062. That includes connecting to the city system, paying the access fee, and running the line underneath the road into this triangle where we will then put on the block. It'll be a 2-tier system for the block, and then we'll be putting perennials and other plants in the area. I've got a little diagram that shows this. Let's see. Maybe you guys can share this as you take a look at it. This is a picture that Vicki Kendrick put together. It shows a ground view of the intersection. And this is the concept that we're relying upon right now for the development of this triangle here. You can see there's a 2-tier system of blocks and then plants on the outside, and then it's raised, and then there are plants on the inside. You may say to yourself, well, how are we going to deal with the utilities that are out there? And my response is, we're not going to bring dirt up to the utilities. All the utilities that are in the ground will have the block surrounded so that they will not be covered over by the dirt that we bring in or the pea gravel that we bring in. And there'll be, the block will surround each one of those utility power poles or light control poles that you see. This one is a no-brainer. I mean, I was really surprised when I drove past this at the time that we were just about finished with the berms, and we were beginning to think about what we might do out there next. And I drove past this and said, this is one that we really should do. I mean, there's a lot of traffic out there. Most of you have been out there and you've driven by that. You've either driven past it going out towards Simplot, you've driven past it and haven't thought about it because you were thinking about what you were going to buy at Home Depot, or you were coming into town and you just didn't notice it. But this is one that can be done affordably. You know, I used to think that $40,000 was a lot of money. And I've come to the realization now, gee, it's hardly a drop in the bucket when you're working on projects to improve your community. And that's what we estimate that this will cost us eventually. So the plan is to have the to make an application to the IF Foundation. And I can tell you, the IF Foundation has supported every one of the projects that we've done out there, including the berms on Highway 30. And I hope you've had a chance to go out there and take a look at them, because I think that they came out very well. And I think that after we're gone, they're going to really beautify that stretch of road. And the trees we planted out there aren't intended to create a barrier. They're designed to kind of have a screen to soften the appearance of those businesses out there. And this does the same thing as far as we're concerned, this triangle. It helps improve the look of the neighborhood, gets rid of what I could consider to be an eyesore, and really works on improving that part of our community as people drive in. Okay, the city, we've talked to them about connecting to the water system. We've got the cost of that. The city has, with respect to the berms, agreed to provide the water to those berms so that we can water those trees. And the water systems are pretty first rate. I mean, they've been great. And John Bank, I don't know if he's still here or not,
Right here.
has been very, very helpful with respect to supporting us with respect to the berms. And I think we can have that same kind of a partnership on this project. That's what this is. We have a project. We have a partnership. Idaho Department of Transportation, Valley Pride, and the City of Pocatello. With the City of Pocatello providing the water to this project and allowing us to use that. Now, I know there's some question about, well, how much water do we have that's available? And my response is, we found that these projects don't require an awful lot of water. They water about 6 or 8 months out of the year. And I also say this: if somebody feels that it's still a lot of water, my response is, how does the city want to allocate its water in terms of importance? And one of the questions you have to ask is, what do you want the approaches to your community to look like as you work on improving the appearance of the city? And I know this council has addressed that subject. You've talked about it. I mean, how do you make the approaches to our town more beautiful? Well, when you want to spend a little water, here's a good way to spend it, because you really make that part of the community more beautiful. So as I said, we're talking about a partnership here. We're going to make an application to the IF Foundation. The application is due on August 15th. So there is some urgency with respect to the city getting on board. But I don't think this is a real big problem for the city. I think that since we're paying for the connection, and since we're paying for the boring underneath the road, we ought to be able to get the city to say, okay, we'll provide the water for this system. And if we can go to the IF Foundation and say, look, we've got our ducks in a row. We've got the bids for the concrete, for the block. We know what the cost for the connection is. We know what it's going to cost to put the system in. We know what the plants are going to cost. And we've got the city on board with respect to providing water for this. That gives us a really good chance to get the IF Foundation approval. And quite frankly, I talked to one of the members of the IF Foundation. One of them has actually come out and worked on one of these berm projects. And he has suggested that we make another application, because they don't look favorably on it. He's also suggested, and it's something that the city needs to address, he's also suggested that the city make an application for an IF Foundation grant. They're normally about $10,000. We estimate the cost of this to be about $40,000. We think that we're going to make an application here in the fall, and we're going to make an application in the spring. And we think that if we make a good presentation, the IF Foundation would be willing to go along with that. Now, we don't have any guarantees of that. They may turn us down cold, and if the Foundation did, this project would have to find another source of funding, and it would be dead for the present time. But I'm optimistic that the IF Foundation is going to support us with this. But I want to be able to go to them and say, yes, we are prepared to move forward with this. We have all of our requirements met. So that's the reason why I'm here to talk about this, to make sure we can get the city to consider it. Yes.
David, I am excited about this because I like the beautification concept. Do we have any idea how many crashes there have been where an automobile or a truck might have ended up in this triangular piece of property where these blocks would possibly be needing to be replaced, or replaced at least?
I talked to Mr. Belay about that, and it's kind of interesting. If you look at the way the traffic flows right in here, and the way it comes out here from Hawthorne Road, the way it comes south on Highway 30 down to Garrett Way, and out from North Main Extension, there really isn't a path for cars to drive off into that triangle on a regular basis. I mean, what did Ed use? He used a term, I forget what it is, but crashability, it's unlikely that you're going to have many cars in that triangle. Now, certainly there are going to be some. I mean, undoubtedly there's going to be some. But that's what's the beauty about this thing. Somebody crashes into this thing, okay, we got to fix a few blocks, but not very many. And so it's a repairable issue as far as we're concerned, and we don't see that as a major impediment. And from what I can tell, and in talking with the engineer that's assigned to this project, the most important consideration is not avoidance of collisions inside the triangle. It's making sure that the way we design it and plan it is so that people have good visibility as they exit and enter the traffic around the triangle.
Would someone from traffic department or the police department have an answer to my question in terms of accidents that might have been in the past at that location?
I'll stand up too. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director. We don't have that information right now. I could get that information for you. We do publish the accident reports, but I don't have that information with me right now. I could get it to you later though.
Okay, thank you.
And the one thing that I want to point out with respect to this is that we're not going to be on the very edge of the roads. We are going to be recessed, about 15 feet, 10 feet on the inside there. One, just because we do have some utility issues that we have to take care of, and two, helps reduce that risk of someone actually driving into this project and causing serious damage.
So ITD will retain ownership of this triangular piece.
Correct.
The maintenance will be handled by who?
Well, Valley Pride has almost always been able to get groups, volunteer groups in the spring to work on projects like this. As for example, the berms. You know, we get members of Valley Pride or we get youth groups who are willing to come out and take care of this. And we don't see this one as this shouldn't be a major problem. Once we get the perennials established, and you can see this little diagram that Vicki Kendrick was kind enough to put on display. When we get this stuff grown in, you take a look at these evergreens and perennials, when they fill in, they're going to defeat most weeds. So I don't think that maintenance is going to be a real big issue for us. And it ought to be beautiful. You know, one of the things about this is it does offer an opportunity to put up a sign. Now, I will have to say, I'm not a real big sign like welcome to Pocatello, but there is a place for a really nice sign to be installed out there. This is a good sized intersection, and when you drive by it, you ought to take a look. There's room for a sign of some kind out there. There's room for Christmas decorations out there. I mean, there's room for a lot of things to make this an interesting place as people drive by. So I just tell you that just so you know that, you know, we think we have this covered.
Yeah. Dave, if we fix up that one triangle, that leaves two more that are pretty bland. Is there any plan for those other triangles?
Not from me as the champion for the berms. This one is the one I'm working on. You know, Rick and I and Valley Pride have talked about our plans for the future. And it's one step at a time. We're going to get this one done. And then it's our expectation, we're going to come back and we're going to do trees on the other side of Highway 30. You know, let me see if I can show you this. This is the area that we've been working on. And you can see where there are trees. Let me see if I can get you up to, okay. Here's the berm that we first did before I was a member of Valley Pride. A lot of you remember that. That's out in front of the Pacific Recycling Facility. If you look up here on the top end of the photograph, that's actually southeast. That now is tree covered. The trees are little, but they're there. North of here, see if I can get this done. North of here is the project that we just finished. Sorry. North of here is the project we just finished this last spring. That is where we have the berms installed. The Idaho Department of Transportation has a 200-foot right-of-way out there. You know, people don't realize that. I didn't realize that, but that's what the state owns. I mean, they bought it when they were anticipating the interstate highway system coming right into town. Well, they still own it, and we've used the one side of Highway 30 for the purpose of planting trees. Well, there's a real big chunk of property on the other side of the road, certainly big enough to plant trees coming back into town. And so we've got plans to do this part of the city as we go down the road. But Roger, it's one step at a time. Okay. This is the one I'm after right now.
Yeah, I just think that...
And in a year or two, we'll be back asking the city for some water for trees on the other side of Highway 30. We think it's a winning situation. I mean, if you go out there and take a look, and we get those trees on both sides of the road out there, it's going to really improve the look of the community. Now, I can't say it's going to be a tree-lined boulevard on both sides all the way through, because there are a lot of different businesses out there that have different needs in front of their businesses, and we're going to work our way through that. But again, that's down the road. But I want to let you know, we have a plan. Valley Partners has a plan to improve those areas down there, and it's going to require a partnership. The city of Pocatello, the Idaho Department of Transportation, and Valley Pride. Idaho Department of Transportation is going to provide some assistance, use of their property, maybe some dump trucks, as my friend Ed says, and the city of Pocatello helping provide us some water. And as John has done in times past, he's provided some additional assistance. As for example, he gets his guys when they're out spraying weeds. Well, they've hit a couple of the berms. It wasn't a big deal, but it was a big deal to us because we knocked those weeds down. We make it more beautiful. So that's where we are. So what I'm hoping the city will agree to is to authorize the connection to the water system, agree to provide the water to the plants that will be planted out there, and instruct somebody from the part of the city, and I've talked to John about this, and to Brett about making that or authorizing the application for that IF grant for $10,000. As I said, there is some urgency because the application has to be filed by the 15th. But we've got our best man on it. Mark Dahlquist, he has made applications for IF Foundation grants for 10 years. And I don't think he's ever had one denied. So I mean, there's a lot going on, but there is some urgency. If we get all this approved this fall, there will be time this winter time to work out all the details. As for example, bringing in the pea gravel so we can put the bricks down, figuring out how we're going to move the dirt in there, figuring out who's going to help, install the irrigation system, who's going to do the planting of these plants. But those are things that we'll have some breathing room to work on over the course of the next, say, 6 months.
I have a quick question. I think this is a great idea, and we really want to prioritize beautification of the city. Do you know how many grants they award IF Foundation annually?
How many awards?
How many awards do they give out?
I've never asked that question. I know that they award grants to Valley Pride. I know that they have awarded grants to some school districts around here, American Falls. They've awarded a grant to Malad, but I don't know how many grants they give out annually or something. They give out every year.
And ISU.
Yeah, there are others.
I've seen their name somewhere out for sure. Yeah. But
10 or 15, I would say, David, because they cover all the area where the newspaper has been distributed. So there are things that have gone to Montpelier and Malad. But I think it's 15.
Yeah, I think it is, but and I do want to reiterate this. It's been suggested to me that, at least with respect to this project, the city ought to be making a grant application. And I know some of you are probably thinking, oh, gee, IF Foundation, $10,000. We can use that a lot of different ways. Well, I have a sense of ownership, And I think the city ought to be buying into letting the Valley Pride make an application for beautification out there on North Main for a time at least.
So you said it a couple times, and I'm a little confused now. You said that Valley Pride was making an application for an IFT Foundation, and you're requesting the city make an application.
That's correct.
Okay.
That covers.
I understand what that covers. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were asking for. You're asking for water and for an application.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we would authorize the city to supply the water for this project in perpetuity, and that we make application to the IF Foundation for a $10,000 grant that would be used for future maintenance on this project under the direction of our traffic department.
Do you want it for future?
Not maintenance.
I think it's construction. I don't think it's maintenance he's asking for. He's asking for construction.
It'd cover
To help pay for that
installation fee.
Got to buy some blocks.
Second.
Got to buy some irrigation equipment.
Okay. So we have a motion by Council President Johnston and a second by Lurick to approve water and to approve the application for a grant for IFT, from the IFT Foundation for
Offset our costs.
for construction of this
Correct.
project.
Before you take a vote, Mark Dahlquist does a lot of these, as Dave has indicated, and apparently the IF Foundation grant application process is very, very simple. In fact, Mark is willing to actually write the application and provide it to the city, so it shouldn't be a big deal to get done. He can bring it in and turn it over so we can actually put the application in place.
I know the city's also, but we'll let Mark do the work. We're good with that. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
So let me be clear that
That's good.
the city will supply the water after it's not talking about waiving a connection fee or anything of this nature. Okay, and we'll make application for the $10,000 grant to be used for construction of the project.
Yes.
Correct?
So hold on. Before we vote, I have an attorney that's excited right now.
Mayor and Council,
together. Ooh.
Jared Johnson, City Attorney, and I'll stand as well. That's the protocol for this one, it sounds like. I would suggest that the motion be that you authorize the city to be part of the grant application, but the grant application itself be brought back before the City Council at a regular City Council meeting for approval.
I have no problem.
We would ratify it because the next opportunity would be the 15th, which is next week. And so we would need to ratify the grant application, which I don't see there's an issue with that.
Yeah, that would work the same way. You'd meet the deadline, but you'd still be doing the approval or the authorization of the grant application in a regular City Council meeting.
I think that's what he meant in the
I did.
thing. I think that's what I heard.
And that's what I meant to second.
It's been a little
Thank
crazy
you.
out there.
Thank you. Now that we've made it clear and then muddy again, we appreciate
You should
it.
just have them type it up.
Yeah.
Ruth, we have a motion by Council President Johnston and a second by Lurick. I think you understand what the motion was. You read it to us once before.
And it will be ratified at a regular city council meeting, not necessarily next week.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Johnston?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thanks, Dave. We are going to take a break for a few minutes, and then we will be back for agenda item 9. All right, thank you for joining. Are we ready? All right. Thank you for joining us after the break. We'll go ahead and continue on. We will at least get started with agenda item 8, and hopefully we can get it knocked out before we break for lunch. I made a mistake and thought that the last agenda item would take a less amount of time than it did, but so we will see when lunch gets here and when we have a natural break in this. But we'll move to agenda item A, which is fiscal year 2020 budget discussion. Finance Department staff will present Bannock County property valuation amounts and the overall effect to the proposed property tax and levy rate for fiscal year 2020 and review public comments received at August 1, 2019 budget hearings. Ashley.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ashley Walsh, Deputy CFO. We are going to go over, well, we were going to go over the property tax valuation from Bannock County, but I'll talk about that in a minute. We're basically going to have to look at estimates at this point. We'll go over the FY 2020 budget review and then items for review requested by council in the previous budget meeting. We do not have numbers from the county at this point. They hope maybe tomorrow. There's no date. State statute says they are supposed to be to the taxing entities by the first Monday of August. That has come and gone, so I have no idea when we will be getting numbers.
So they not only missed mailing out, they've missed their obligation to us.
Yes. So the new construction estimate that they gave me was the $84,366,769. That's what we used during the budgeting process. That number could potentially be different. It's not a final number. It was an estimate at that time. They have nothing else to me. So that amounts to $964,000 in additional tax.
Based on what levy rate?
That is just based on, I think they go off of last year's levy rate for that. Annexation value is unknown also, but that's usually relatively small. So without having any numbers, I tried to put together some projected increases. So I have a 10, a 15, and a 20% increase to Bannock County valuation. So you can see the amounts, what it does to the levy rate, and how it changes the levy rate. We don't know where it's going to fall, but this shows if we at least have a 10% increase, which he kind of sat up here and said it will not be less than 10%, our levy rate will drop 2.01068, which is a 7.2% decrease. That is as of how the budget is built right now, which I'll go over in a minute. CPI for the year is the 2.52%, so you can see we're way under that as far as the levy change goes. Even before we had valuations, if we were to go off of this current valuations for 2018 tax year, we would be at 1.77% increase, which is still less than CPI.
Yeah, the CPI would relate to the 3% extra charge we're doing in taxes too.
But we're not charging an extra 3%. The levy rate, if we do our budget and the valuations came in flat, the levy rate would only go up by 1.77%.
1.77%. Okay. But aren't we asking for the full 3%?
Yes, but it doesn't equate to 3% in tax because it's 3% of the total tax that we took last year, or the highest.
So we're essentially raising taxes 3% because our lump sum was this, and we're saying 3% more.
We're raising our total tax dollars taken by 3%, yes. But the levy rate doesn't increase by that 3%.
No.
Okay, so you can see that these are the estimates that I have. I don't know where they're gonna come in at, but I feel safe saying that if we go with the 10%, we're still lowering our levy by 7.2%. So you can see, I got the house value numbers from the American Fact Finder, which has census information. Last year, the average house value in Pocatello was $133,700. This year, we're at $144,500. So you can see based on the 10, 15, and 20% valuation increase, what it would do to annual property tax. That is just for our levy rate. So that's just the city of Pocatello's portion. Then of course you have those other 5 taxing districts that would add on to that. So you have the levy rate, the homeowner's exemption, and then your taxable value. So if the values go up by 10%, the tax bill for Pocatello only goes up by a couple of dollars. So you can see that there. If it goes up 20%, we're actually decreasing by about $60. So I'm just gonna quickly go over some of the items that we were able to add to the budget. I have them kind of in categories: general, operating, and capital, which includes operating expenses and small capital items, or recurring capital items; personnel, which is new positions or part-time hours; capital, which includes large capital items; and then revenue sources. We had some increased fee income, interfund charges, reserves, property taxes, and I think one of them was a grant. So you can see I have the department listed as well as where the funds are coming from and the amount. These are in detail on the tax solution, the big sheet. You can see what we added and what we didn't add. All the details are on that one, but it has a staple top. So I'm not going to go over each one of these. I'm just trying to give you guys a summary of what we were able to add in general, operating, and capital, and those are detailed out on that sheet. As far as personnel goes, I had mayor and council raises. We added a senior planner and a vet tech to the budget, as well as a part-time increase in the recreation department. And that also should be listed on there as well. Some of the larger capital improvement items that we were able to do is the permanent stormwater solution for the parks department, which was $70,000. That's coming out of capital improvement, as well as the Ross Park pool resurfacing phase 2, $145,000, which will come out of capital improvement also. It's only an actual increase of $30,000 because we already had $115,000 built into the budget.
Ashley, can you go back just a second? One more, the amount on mayor and council raises.
Yeah, and I am going to go over these too.
Okay, because that number is higher than what we had talked about. I was curious. Okay.
Oh, the 90. So
yeah, where's the 90?
This is just operating, and that's just an increase to operating budget.
Okay.
That does not include personnel.
That's your intercharge, interfund charges. That's the everything.
So most of that is that city branding.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so some of the items requested by council, you were asked to go to the PDA to pay for staff time worked on PDA projects. We've created a project code for that. The PDA agreed to budget $25,000 for administrative expenses for city employees' staff time. We decided we would start project coding our time if you're working on it, and we'd be able to bill them quarterly for that, and that'll just go into the general fund because everybody working on it is housed in the general fund. So we'll kind of see how this first year goes and just kind of go from there.
Yeah, we had a couple of months that we had to kind of average out, and this is a guess, and so they've got $25,000 this year. That will be readjusted depending on what it looks like in the future, or at least the discussion will be that whether or not they will readjust it in the future.
We kind of just put.
We don't really know what that is.
Mm-hmm. It was an estimate built on, okay, there's one meeting a month, and then for me, I was like, the budget usually takes this long, the financial statements, so it was kind of just an estimate, but they did agree to budget $25,000 for that, so we'll kind of see where that is over the next 6 months. We can talk about it next budget cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wanted me to bring the economic development position, wages and benefits. You can see are about $117,000, operating budget's about $53,000. I was asked to bring those numbers to you.
So that would just be contingent on that office, the economic. So we're looking at a total budget of about $180,000.
For that position to operate, yes. That's what we have in the budget currently. Okay. Yep. I was also asked to bring different percentages for council raises. So you can see the 4%, 5%, and 6.04%. And those are the increase to wages and benefits. Then I was also told to look at a $3,000 wage increase, and you can see the total there is at $21,500. So I know that you guys wanted these numbers to kind of look at.
Did you bring the history of what happened last compared to the employees?
And this is total of 6?
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's the total of all 6 positions with benefits. So the Percy and stuff goes up. In fiscal year 18, both the mayor and council received a 6% raise. This was based on the employee raises that were given. The council had not had an increase since 2008. So we took 2011 through 2015, the employee raises were 6.13%. And so that was given to both the mayor and the council. The mayor was given an increase in 2014, a 3% increase, and then a 6% increase in 2018. So we just went off of the 6% that the employees got from 2011 to 2015, and that's how that 6%. That's where that 6%
And the employees
came
got
from.
6%.
Yeah, over the total of all of those years, we just added those together, and it was 6.13%. Okay, and then I was asked to look at a 5% raise for the mayor, and I think I forgot a 0. Let me look at my stuff. It should be like $4,607. And then if we did an $8,000 increase, it would be about $9,600. I had all these written down. I don't know where I have them. Yeah, so my decimal points are on the spot. Okay, so that's...
I want to make a statement.
Yeah.
Pocatello is the 6th largest city in Idaho. We have 2 communities that are really gaining on us fast. We're staying steady while others are really growing. Our per capita tax burden is the 4th highest of those 10 cities. And that, I've given you all a handout that shows you how you arrive at. You just take the total tax, divide it by the population, and get a per capita tax burden. We're the 4th highest. On this thing, to me, the chart that I handed out, the things to pay attention to are per capita income, per capita tax, and the poverty rate. We have the highest poverty rate of the 10 major cities in Idaho, 20.2%. And I think we're looking at pay raises for the council and for the mayor that are way out of context with what the other cities pay. Because if we do what we're talking about right now, what is proposed, if we do that, we're taking ourselves way out of sight and contact with it based on cities our size. We've talked about being competitive in a market. In the market that we have is we are the 6th largest city with a lot of people surrounding us, and we're getting paid at the 4th highest rate right now, I believe, for the council. And I just don't think we need raises. And I think this reality sets the context for our budget and our raises. Over the course of our goal setting that we've done, we talked about inclusion. It was a real operative word in our discussion last week. But for inclusion to be tangible, we got to consider the poorest among us. We got to understand that we're the city that has the highest incident of poverty of the 10 major cities. We can't just think of what happens with the people we know, we associate with. We got to think about these other people. I've also given you a copy of the Alice report that shows that we have a huge population in our city, 51%, that are asset limited, income constrained, and employed. United Way did this in regions, and the Northwest is our region, and it comes out in application to all the cities and counties. That's just where it falls. I really think we need to consider the impact of taking a maximum tax again. This will be 4 years in a row. I think we can incorporate our raises that we have right now inside of what is normal with the retirement of the TIF district and with the increase in the new construction, those type of things. I think that can be incorporated, but to take 3% again, that's $750,000 each year we've been taking at least. This year it's $800,000. Somewhere we got to leave some gunpowder on the shelf, some dry gunpowder, because things can happen, and that's what I think foregone balance is. It's kind of our savings in terms of an emergency. And we're not putting anything aside in foregone balance.
We are every year. Even with taking the full 3%, after all, so The state's timeline is a little weird.
Okay.
They have operating property, I believe, isn't done until the end of September. So when we turn in our L2 to Bannock County, we have estimated values, and those generally change. So we're putting anywhere from $25,000 to $100,000 of foregone that we weren't expecting to have into foregone because of just the way, the timing of everything.
That's not much when you look at what's
and
coming
foregone
up
does
later in
it,
this.
it does affect the levy rate. Remember that. So if you do take foregone, it does increase that levy rate.
But you know, when we talk about being a college town, think about what the impact is on raising taxes, and you're a college student, you have to come in and rent on top of the increasing fees to go to college. The fees have gone out of sight for college students. And if we want to be a college town, I think we need to not make taxes such a big part of their college education, which it's a natural pass-through. For poor people that are renting, they're going to be paying the full meal deal on the tax increase because the houses they're renting do not get the exemption. So everything we pass on goes right primarily to the poorest among us. So I just think that in this environment, we need to cut our number down some. I think that we have a budget where we require, how many did we cut out of the fire department? Is anticipated to be removed from the fire department?
2 from fire, 1 from ambulance.
1 from ambulance, so 3 collectively out of that department. How many did we require that will go away in the police department?
2.
So we've cut 5 first responders to get the pay raises to that group of people. On the other side, we're increasing the number of employees we have, and in giving one group, they have to take a cut in staff to be able to get their raises. The other group, we're going to give them more staff and no cuts anywhere. And I don't think that's equity. And we're going to give ourselves right now our budget that some of you have spoke so eloquently about, our raises, the mayor's raise, are beyond what we are giving city employees. And the history we have is in 2018, we tried to get somewhat close to equity then by 6% raise, and the mayor's job, he got a 3% and a 6% that took him beyond what was normal to the rest of the employees. And now we're talking, what, 13%, 12% for the mayor, and about 47% for council. That's what's in the budget right now. I don't think that's equitable. And I think we are the ones that need to stand and say, hey, 20.2% of our community are poverty-driven people. They're going to get hit hard by any tax increase. And the homeowner's exemption doesn't come into play for them at all. They help carry homeowner's exemption for those that get it. And I just think that we need to take a look, go by and look at how many people line up just to get groceries when the food distributions are going on. I really think we need to say, we can do our employees and we can take care of them, but we need to figure out how to cut this budget back more than we have.
So what's your suggestion of where you cut?
I'd take the pay raises out from the mayor and council and make them adjust at least the par. I'd say if we were close to par in 2018, then we adjust according to our employees.
Okay.
So what is the amount you're suggesting?
I don't have an amount. I don't have the formula.
Well, you've got numbers.
Pardon me?
I mean, there are numbers
Well,
here.
just take that and say 6% instead of what they are right now. I don't have what the total
Those
amount is.
numbers are right here.
Yeah, they're on the.
They're on this sheet that she just handed out. So council, at 6%, it's $4,619.94.
4,000 what?
$619.94.
Okay.
And so just so I understand, so you're saying that would be just in keeping it with the same as what the
let's stay in contact with our employees. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the mayor,
You've got the mayor at 5%, which is 4,000.
I think it's 4,067. Yeah.
and I would just make the mayor's adjust with 3% and the 6% to whatever it takes to be on par with what the raises have been for all the employees over that period of time. I can't magically come up with that number because I don't have a historical context. But if we got a 3% and a 6% in 2014, a 6% in 2018, then you take that total over that period and suggest what par would be if you extended it out and make up the difference.
So in the tax solution sheet, I added the $25,000 additional revenue from the PDA. So that did put us at $25,000 to start with, as you can see at the top of your sheet. So if we change those to those amounts, it gives you a gap of about $58,000.
And that's a gap that we have to close, or could we leave?
That's what you have left over.
I'd just say we need to grow that to 500,000.
Where else are you going to pull the other 100?
We can pull that 135 out because I wanted to last time. Line 9, general fund contingency, that 24, that was the extra that we had last time, and we said we could just, everybody said we can look at that again, and
yeah, I'd pull it out. And I really think that when we have not hired for a position that we crafted and we've not found the onus of its importance to get it done over a period of 3 or 4 years, that we pull our economic development person off the table. We've invested in Ready, so we've got something that's going, and we decided they have to be performing or we wouldn't continue investing in them.
So council, I've heard from one council member. Does the council have the desire to continue to look for $500,000, or what is your desire, council? I got one talking right now.
I just wanted to make one comment about and this is really more about the council raises than the mayor raises, and I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. I talk to people who are interested in running. We're a democratic society. Anybody who wants to serve on the council should be able to, and I think the financial situation should not be an obstacle to people being able to serve. The way it is right now, most people cannot afford to serve. I talk to young people who have student debt, who have families, all sorts of obligations, and the time that serving on the council would take away from their paying job, whatever that is, it's the compensation does not make up for that and enough for them to be able to serve. So I think the way it is now, you really have to be fairly wealthy or retired to be able to serve. And I think that's not fair to our citizens. So I don't think this is really about us and rewarding us for a job or any of that. I think it's about what is fair compensation for that position that anybody who is interested in serving can afford to do so. And so I think that that is not enough. I would suggest 2,500 or 3,000 for council members. I think you can't talk percentages because you're talking about a $10,000 amount. So the percentages, 4% of 10,000 is $400.
And I would respond and put it in context. You've done 3 appointments to council here. I think we had 27 applicants one time, 33 one time, and 39. I might have those numbers wrong. That tells me that there's a lot of people willing to serve. A lot of people. And you had to cut it back, through your process, and you've got it down to 1 person. There's 3 people here who began on this council by being appointed. And it tells me that astute people are willing to still say, I want to be a public servant, and I'm willing to step up on the council. And I just think that other cities seem to not have we're fourth highest right now.
Well, and many of those cities are considering raises at the same time we are, so you don't know
They're
what
considering, but
they're
right
gonna
now,
do.
we're already ranked, I believe, number 4 in terms of what the city council made.
I just have a comment on your spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I do believe some of the numbers you have on your spreadsheet are wrong.
It just
Whether
came
that-
from, I cited sources.
Yeah, I
associated.
looked at the AIC sources and I got different numbers on at least one of them. I'm not saying they're all wrong, but
Yeah.
that may affect it a little bit.
And I did want to just add that I talk to people all the time. I mean, in regards to what you were saying about the numbers who applied for the appointments, but a lot of people that I talk to that are very interested in running tell me that the single biggest obstacle for them is the financial compensation, that they cannot afford to take away from their paying job to serve on the council. With the time that it would take, it would not be financially feasible. And I think we need to make it more open to anybody who wants to.
And I might just add to, I know we've been beat up in the paper, and he's sitting right there, and so I'm going to say it. We've been beaten up in the paper saying that we can't, people can't run or aren't running because of a lack of dollar amount that they're compensated here. And there will be many people that will say, that's not true. But there are a number of people that I talk to all the time, just like what Councilwoman Lurick has said, I can't take time off work. I can't pay for a sitter for the meetings that you're in and for the things the obligations that you have. I can't, it doesn't pencil out. And I've had that discussion with a number of people, and I don't know if anybody else on the council has, but I know that the responsibilities that the council is put under and the expectations that the council is on and has, it costs more than what you're making right now if you're going to do the job the way the community expects that job to be done. It is not a money maker for anybody on the council if you're doing the job that is expected by the community.
If I may add here, we talk about competitive pay for all aspects of, employees, and I think it also goes in to say that it should be somewhat of a competitive pay for people who are willing to run for elected positions. That said, a bunch of us are up for election, and if there was any greediness or anything like that, we would be like, no, I don't even want to touch that topic. Right? We would be like, well, leave it the way it is just because I'm up for election. But the truth is, none of us know who's going to be back here next election cycle. So the right thing to do is to see, is this amount fair for people who want to or are maybe interested in running, particularly the ones who have a difficult time compensating work-life balance. And we don't know the demographics of the applications you received before. So, they might be the rich, the affluent, the retired, and also. So I think that's important to consider.
I think you just look at, in addition to the applicants, most of us had, when we ran, we've had 2 or 3 opponents, at least, in all of our races. You didn't?
I didn't.
There were 4 in my last one.
But then again, you don't, as Bina was saying, you don't know the situation of those people that ran. Are they all people that are retired or wealthy? Or my argument is that we need to open this up to anybody and not make the compensation an obstacle to serving in public office.
But I think there's an element of public service. And I think that there are people that will make sacrifices when it comes to public service.
Absolutely.
And I do not believe that if you want to pay people, you're equating public service to that. If you want to pay competitively,
And I think it's not about paying competitively, it's really about, and it's not asking for full compensation. This is still very much part-time. It's well under minimum wage if you average it out hourly. It's probably a half of the current minimum wage. but it's about fair compensation, not full compensation.
What's our per capita income here? I think it is only.
Well, I think it depends on what study you look at, per capita income, because these numbers don't match up with the Alice report, doesn't match up with the Department of Labor for the state. It depends on what you want it to be.
City data harvests this off of legitimate sources, and this is what they came up with.
But it's county. It's not city, it's county.
Not city data.
This is county data. This isn't city data, this is Bannock County.
No, and I'm talking about
I think
this
that dramatically influences the result that you get.
But if you look up in the right-hand corner, it talks about how many of those, what percentage of those people live in Pocatello. It breaks it down by community.
Still isn't broken out in Pocatello. The numbers aren't Pocatello. Those numbers are Bannock County.
You've got up here Aramo, Chubbuck, Downey, Fort Hall, Ingham, Lava, McCammon, Pocatello, and Tyhee.
Yeah.
You've got all of those areas, and that's what, and that does affect it. I agree with Rick.
It has the population and how many of them qualify in the Alice report.
And if you look at the Alice report, it includes 10,000 students in that poverty level. Students are supposed to be in poverty. That's why they go to school. I mean, we all struggle through going to school, living on a minimal amount of money.
Boise has a lot of students in Boise.
And they have 350,000 people over there. We have 50, and 20,000 of them are in poverty. 10,000 of those are students. Rexburg manipulates the numbers. According to the latest numbers I saw, Madison County is the poorest county in eastern Idaho, because they have a population of 20,000 students, and they include those in that poverty level when it's to their advantage.
At 67% or something like that, poverty. I think that the question, though, I want to try to focus the council here. The question is not how many poor people we have, how much poverty we have. The question is what are we interested in doing right now with the budget that we have placed in front of us?
I cannot support a budget that provides more of a pay increase for mayor and council beyond what we gave our staff. 6.04%.
So look at 6.04% of them, and let's see what that number looks like if we can.
Well, it's right.
It's right there.
Yeah.
So there it is. We have a gap of $82,000 that we can do something else with. Now, I will say that I think part of that $82,000, if we settle on this, I think part of that $82,000, we have a direct responsibility to help the free clinic.
Yes.
I think that we absolutely, that is our responsibility. That is the poorest among the poor, and I am not willing to not do anything. I would rather not do anything for sure. It's your call, council, but I would recommend that we donate or give to the free clinic or put into the budget for the free clinic up to $10,000, because I know they're in desperate need right now, and I don't think it's appropriate for us not to do something
I do
like
think
that.
our discussion on the free clinic needs to be the $1,500 a month that we got in one of our emails that they're paying for their rent.
I think that it needs to be the $10,000. Well, $1,500 a month is more than $10,000.
What I'm saying is they made a decision, and it's a business decision, for $1,500 a month. Somewhere they've got to evaluate what they're doing. And if I remember right, the beneficiary of that $1,500 is the Portland Healthcare Trust.
Are they the landlord?
That's what I believe.
So move that $10,000 to $18,000 then, because that's what your $1,500 a month is.
Well, I'm not willing to pay the Portland Healthcare Trust.
Well, that's part of their operations for free clinic. I mean, if that's something that's...
But I'm saying...
This is the thing, a lot of times we don't recognize that nonprofits or such organizations have to come up money for operations, because that gives them the resources to direct to actual care. So if we can help supplement that, I think there's nothing wrong with that.
But Bina, we're indirectly funding the Portland Health Trust.
We're funding the free clinic.
No, we're not.
We're funding
Health Trust.
It doesn't go
their
to
money
them.
goes to the health trust.
$1,500 a month rent goes to the Portland Healthcare Trust. And so what we're saying is we will give the...
Should we have them earmark it for something more
I think the
Direct
Department of
care,
Healthcare Trust
physician
needs
hour,
to
what?
step up because they get bukus dollars out of the hospital.
I think we still need to participate. They should talk to the Portneuf Health
Well, I
Trust
think
and work
that's
something
where the
out with them.
discussion
But
needs
this
to
is
be.
the Pocatello Free Clinic, and it's mainly our citizens that use it. And you're talking about what we need to do to help the poor and
Well, I
the
agree.
less fortunate
We
in our
need to help the
society.
poor.
Many of them, their only access to health care is the free clinic. And I think that's absolutely helping the less fortunate in
what I
our
would do,
society.
If I would take the presentation we had about the 50 cents a month per line, and I would dedicate that to the free clinic. When we had the
50 cents?
She's talking about two different things. He's talking about an agreement we don't have in
Well,
place.
but I would say let's work on that agreement. The 50, we had it in the
That to me
discussion
almost
earlier.
seems like a hypothetical situation because we don't have anything concrete done on it.
That's not even something
when
that we
comes, maybe
have
that's an added
decided on.
That's what I would do. I would work on that.
But
and
I
get it
think
done.
the free clinic needs our support now.
I think the free clinic needs to work out their lease agreement, and we don't need to supplement it.
I think
don't
those
think we're
are
helping poor
our
people.
community citizens, and we need to support them.
But we're not helping those people. All we're doing is giving a pass on the Portneuf Healthcare Trust.
No.
They $1,500 a month.
If they
think's
can't make their
legitimate.
rent and they shut down, then what?
But it's a healthcare
Right, but if
trust.
they shut down, then what happens? Like, who's gonna fill that need?
They won't shut down. It'll be on the Portneuf Healthcare Trust if they shut down.
So
I think
it's we're
responsibility
obligated to support them.
I feel like it's an obligation that we have. We've
Well,
supported
how
them
do
in the
they
past.
deal with the issue of their management and their rent?
They reduced their overhead by firing or releasing their
Christina, yeah. Executive director
Executive
was
director.
let go, yeah.
I spoke with somebody yesterday. They have a $50,000 bogey right now this year to continue to function. They have $50,000. Now, I'm not suggesting we pay $50,000 at all, but I think that it's fair for the city of Pocatello to donate to the free clinic, and I think it's reasonable at a $10,000 thing. I think it's reasonable at a $5,000 thing. I think that
we need to
as
do
much as we
something.
can possibly do, I think we
The
should.
minimum they've requested, which was 3,500, we absolutely should do, but I would like to see that be 10,000. And
I
think
would
that's
be
doable.
willing to go to 3,500, but I need to know that they're working on this lease agreement.
And they actually said in their presentation that that was not rent. They said it was some other
It's a fancy
maintenance
word for
charge.
rent.
But, and we encouraged them to talk to Portneuf Health Trust and work that out, and I would still say they should do that. But I think that does not, preclude us from participating in supporting them. This is helping our citizens.
I move we contribute $10,000 to the free clinic.
I second.
We have is this an action item? Okay,
Yes.
we have a motion by Johnston and a second by Lyric to contribute $10,000 to the free clinic in this budget year.
And evaluate it next year.
That's fine.
Okay, Ruth, do we need any more discussion or?
No.
I don't think we do. Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Johnston?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Adamson?
I'm not sure about that amount. I know we have a lot of good charitable organizations that deserve support, and I'm just not sure how is the best way to determine which ones do receive city support and which ones don't.
Well, this is the one before us right now.
Yeah.
One thing
we're
that
talking
wasn't
community health.
mentioned that might
Voting
help you is the amount they're saving us.
So I
Can we
can
not-
appreciate that, and
Yeah.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
we're in the middle of the vote, and so discussions.
Okay, so sorry,
You
I
can
guess for now,
explain
no,
things.
and then we'll.
Okay.
Okay. Greg?
I want to help them all I can, but I can't go $10,000, no.
Cheatham?
No.
Manon?
Yes.
What?
Yes. I think that's an appropriate use of money. And it's worthy of a discussion next year.
I think we need to take an active role in healthcare. And so I would suggest that as a part of work sessions in the future, at some point, we include the free clinic to come and give us a report.
I think that's a reasonable thing for sure, if we're giving them $10,000. And so we'll direct staff in the future to put them into a rotation.
We probably also, if we're going to take a healthcare role, we need to find out what's going on with Medicaid expansion too. Because a lot of these people would be covered in the Medicaid expansion.
That would help.
And we need to know how many of those people.
Monday night at the NAACP meeting, following the regular agenda, there was a discussion that was led by some ladies from Idaho State University who were doing a study on health care. And it was very interesting listening to the people in that meeting talk about what the positives and the negatives are with health care. But the majority of opinions were that people who have health care challenges, whether prescriptions or other things, go without. And we need to make sure that people have access to adequate health care so that they can be more productive members of our society.
Well, and the free clinic isn't adequate, it's just emergency.
It's emergency, but boy, it's keeping a lot of people out of the emergency.
Okay.
I just wanted to also mention Maggie Mann with Southeast Idaho Public Health, and she's the district director for that organization, and sent a very eloquent email to us on asking us to support Pocatello Free Clinic. But I think from her perspective, that it carried a lot of weight with me, because she was talking about just the health of our community, and if we don't invest in preventative measures to encourage a healthy community, in the long run, the cost to us is huge. So I think this is money well spent, because it actually saves us money in the long run.
And with the crisis center adjacent to that facility, it's making a world of difference in terms of treatment that people are getting.
Yes.
That's helping our
They're
entire
partnering,
community.
and that's also even just the money we save in policing, because they used to have to take them to the hospital and stay with
there.
them and everything. So there are a lot of benefits to us supporting the free clinic.
Okay, council, what is your desire to do here with the council? Would you like Ashley to prepare an ordinance as presented here?
Can I make a motion
You can.
on raises?
Sure.
I would like to make a motion of $2,500 per council member, and 6% for the mayor.
Is 6% the amount that is in keeping with the...
That's in keeping with the employees, because, and I think we need to make a distinction between mayor and council, because mayor is a full-time salary, which is similar to our other employees. The council members are not.
Part-time people got 2.5%.
Part-time
Employees got a
employees,
2.5% raise.
and their hourly rate is still much higher than ours. So I think I would rather not look at percentages, because I think percentages of 10,000, it doesn't make sense.
I will just say, I think that the council raises really need to be different than the whatever Roger's formula was, is 5% or 6% or something like that, because council is you are doing a lot more work than you ever have before, and you are more accessible, and I would support the $2,500 per council member personally.
So it's whatever, I make a motion that 2,500 for council and 6% for mayor.
Can we see the calculation on what the 6% is on the mayor's?
And I'm sorry, that's not one that we asked for.
I didn't calculate it. I can guess it would probably be, let's just say 6,000 is a high amount, because I didn't calculate 6%.
It's looking like it might be somewhere between 5 and 6.
That's what I was thinking. So that's what it would look like with those two in there.
So we have a motion on the floor to look at that. Is there a
I can second that. I think it's reasonable. I know that we have other councils in our area who have recently had increases that are similar to that. And I know a lot of people express concerns, and we appreciate hearing from the community on that. This is approximately half of what was proposed previously,
Right,
so
right.
it's, I think that would.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's have the discussion. Adamson. Let's have a discussion, if you'd like. Hearing no discussion, Ruth, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Laura?
Yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Bray?
No.
Gina?
No.
Johnston?
No.
Manon?
Yes.
Black?
It's number one mean for them to put you last, and it's number two mean for them to make me the decision maker again. And I would say yes, I would support that. I think that's a reasonable support.
So that is what you want Ashley to prepare an ordinance for?
Yes.
Well, are we through, or?
I don't think we're through. I think that those two items, what else do you have that you?
I think we ought to pare back from the gain side of our general employees with the senior planner, the economic development person, so that we can replace the jobs we're taking away from police and fire, some of them at least.
I guess my response in this area would be that we need to be putting dollars into not only first responders, fire, and police, but also into planning so that we can be progressive, so that we can move forward and not stay static. And frankly, it takes money to do that. And there's no other way to do it other than having adequate personnel and adequate people, and put forth the effort to be the #1 city in this state. And I think it's going to take us spending money to accomplish all the things that we want to do. We've had visioning studies on the river. We've had goal setting as a mayor and council, and it's going to take resources to get there. And unfortunately, the only way that seems to happen is through taxes.
Hurrah, hurrah.
We have not filled the position for economic development.
Right.
For the last 3 years.
Right.
And I do not see that that is something that's burning us to death, because we are so adamant that that position needs to be filled.
Well, I've seen some things that would have happened a lot better had we had that person in place. And I'm not condemning in any way what Melanie has done for us, because she's done a wonderful job.
Well, but I'm saying that we did not have the onus on this council to get that position filled in 3 years. So what makes it so burning hot that we have to do it this year? Why not
Because
just
we
put it
are
on
on
the
the
shelf?
verge of really doing great things in this community, and I think it's going to take some additional planning beyond what we're capable of doing with our existing
And so we will find
Let's
that.
take this opportunity to publicly request of our human resources that we get that filled as soon as possible. And I know there's some challenges and a question of where is that person going to sit, but let's, if that's important to us, let's.
If we're way
let's
down by
get it
where they're
done.
going to have an office, that's a bogus problem.
I agree, so let's get it filled.
I would disagree with that, because when you have somebody coming in, you've got to have them sit down somewhere.
There's place in this building.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's some challenges, but let's get them worked through and let's figure something out.
Good point.
ASAP.
How much has been spent out of that category, the economic development person in their position? Anything over the last few years? Is that nothing? It's just gone into the general fund?
It's not under reserves.
Okay.
I don't want to make decisions for the future based on mistakes in the past. Let's move forward with this position and get it done.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're still hitting fire and we're still hitting police. That's what this budget does. It takes away 5 first responders. That's what this budget does.
I don't think it took away. I think it was also those unfilled positions, and it went with consultation with fire and police's input.
Those were new unfilled.
These were
They were unfilled positions.
We did not
I
have any
think
staff.
we're waiting on
We didn't
some
have any
retirement.
staff. If I recall, we did communicate with the fire department and the police
The
department.
fire
and then
department guy was not even in town.
They had personnel here.
His help was here.
We have not lost any fire. That will happen through attrition. We were very, very adamant that we would not lay people off.
I'm not saying we're laying it off. We're cutting positions eventually in this budget.
And the positions that are not filled, the money goes to the reserve, which goes back to
the general fund.
General fund and city tasks.
So,
how did we get this? How did we reconcile the pay raises? Was it not because we took away from what we anticipated the increased revenue would be from people not filling positions we currently have?
That's how we were able to give more than 4% to those two.
Okay, so that's the differential. So we essentially cut positions.
I don't feel bad about anything that we have done thus far in building this budget. I feel we've been very fair with the police department and the fire department, and I want to continue being friends with those people because they are doing such a great job for us. If we, in fact, are harming the safety and well-being of our community, then we need to reevaluate what we've done. But I think our first responders have felt good about what we have done so far. From my conversations, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would like to have gone to 15%, but that wasn't a reality.
and I will just speak to our planner. I think the budget that we've built is a good, solid budget, and it's a budget that needs to happen. When I look at our senior planner, we are growing and things are happening there, and there have been things that we have put aside and left alone because we haven't had the personnel, and I think that will help us. And when I look at what else we did with the animal services veterinarian technician, I think that was more than prudent, and I think that's a great thing because we are taking care of other people and other entities and other parts of this city. I think this is a good budget, and I can fully support it.
One of the best discussions I had after our last meeting was with many people out here in the foyer talking about animal services, and I think we're making the right move in terms of what we're doing there with the vet tech. We've got to be competitive. The animals are loved by the people in this community, and we need to do a better job there. And so I think we're moving in the right direction with all of these things.
And we don't have to fill that gap. That can just, it's up there. We can take it out just to balance it. So if you guys feel comfortable with what's on here, that's what we can put in ordinance to be presented on the next week's meeting.
I move that we do exactly that.
Second.
So we have a motion to do exactly that, and a second. Can we clarify what exactly that is?
Well, what Ashley has prepared here for us, I think, is the appropriate budget, and we need to stand behind what we've done and move our community forward with wisdom in spending these dollars of citizens' taxpayers' taxes.
Okay, so we have a...
We were to say to prepare a budget ordinance as presented.
Just what I said.
As presented. I think that's what he meant by exactly that.
It's going to have to be this way, no matter what those county numbers are. It's just going to vary in terms of the levy rate.
Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? So we have a motion by Council President Johnston and a second by Cheatham. Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Johnston?
Yes.
Cheatham?
Reluctantly, yes.
Adamson?
Yes.
Gray?
No.
Lurick?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
And I know I don't have to vote, but I'll just give you a yes anyway. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So we got some direction of how to prepare the ordinance and what it will look like.
And hopefully, next week before the council meeting and pre-agenda, we can have some numbers to present to you guys as to what the
Will you send
actual,
those to us as soon as you get that by email,
the
please?
valuations.
Uh-huh.
Will you evaluate this? I think is really what
That's
you're
what I
looking for.
really want.
This,
Yes.
with the correct numbers in them. And then if we do indeed get the correct numbers or the numbers at the first part of the week, because I don't believe we'll see them today, and I don't believe we'll see them tomorrow, and
It'll be after
Monday it will be too late, and Tuesday you'll probably, maybe we'll see them as early as Tuesday. We might have, I might just ask the council to bump that pre-agenda up to 5, just so that if there's any... What's that?
Are we meeting?
5:30. Oh, yeah, we'll meet at 2 o'clock. We'll be meeting at 2 o'clock anyway, so we'll be able to discuss it. It was in this anyway, so perfect. Never mind. Thank you for that reminder, Roger. All right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm assuming that because of my mess up, lunch is there, so we're going to take a break for lunch before we do agenda item 9 and 10.
How complicated are those?
I don't think so.
We always think they're not, and then we talk about it.
Well, let's just see if we get in.
Okay, hold on. We may not do that.
Let's just let everybody go to lunch after we're through.
Okay, council, what's your desire? I think we eat, but what's your desire? We got 2 more?
You have capital contingency requests.
2 capital contingency requests.
Let's deal with them.
Let's go, yeah.
You want to do them now?
Having to sit down.
All right, I'm just going to go on record as if I think we should do. I don't know where lunch came from, if it's hot or cold.
Well, it might be cold by now anyway. So.
But I am not.
It's cold.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay. Every time we do this. Okay, hold on. Before you get all excited here, council, I want an opinion here from you. I got one that says, let's get through it. I've got 2 that said,
Yeah,
get through it. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break. It's going to be about a 15-minute break, and we're probably going to have lunch really quick in that 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
I don't know that will happen, but
Come back in 45 minutes, right?
we're going to take a half hour. We're going to take a half-hour break.
I'm going to see if this will
Let's see if that works.
I didn't mind, and Jim didn't mind working through
There's 3
either.
of us
but-
who want to work through it.
Okay. And thank you for joining us after the lunch break that we've had. We'll go ahead and continue on with agenda item number 9, capital contingency request, police department. Pocatello Police staff is seeking permission to use capital contingency funds for the purpose of procuring replacement tasers. Taser recently informed police department that the tasers currently in use would no longer be supported by Taser, T-A-S-E-R.
Actually, it's Axon is the new name of their company. So
What is it?
Axon, A-X-O-N.
Axon.
And they've gone through a rebranding. So.
Okay, sounds good. Anyway, Chief.
Chief Roger Shy, Pocatello Police. With me, I got Detective Tracy Marshall. Also, Pocatello Police, Tracy's one of our senior taser instructors. So,
what a title.
So we brought before council this for capital contingency. This was an unforeseen cost, an unforeseen issue that has come up. I think Curtis Wheeler from ProForce, who is our supplier for tasers, was here about 6 weeks ago, and he informed us that Taser would no longer be supporting the X26 platform that we currently have issued. We have both X26 and X26Ps, so I'll go ahead and go to the next slide here. So the X26, we currently have 67 of those in our stock. We have 52 X26Ps. The X26 is 2003 technology, and they stopped making those in December of 2014. They no longer, as of December, they will no longer support the X26 platform. So what that means is we will no longer be able to get parts, batteries, or anything that has to go with that taser. In fact, they don't even have any data on a lot of the things that it does because they haven't produced it since 14. So it's a single shot, it's one cartridge. So bad guy comes after the officer, they have one shot per taser. Same with the X26P. So the X26P replaced the X26, however, that is 2013 technology. They are still supporting the X26P platform. However, I can foresee from my conversations with Taser down in Arizona and from ProForce that eventually they're going to phase the X26P out as well. When you look at the lifespan from the 2003 to 14, we're 6 years into the X26P. So we currently have 52 of the Ps. So why do we need new equipment? When you look at the mission statement of what the city of Pocatello is, I think that it exactly corresponds with what we're talking about here with current technology, the most innovative technology that's out there. The X7 is the most brand new technology that's out there. It's going to help keep members of our community safe and the officers safe. Taser is the #1 way to subdue somebody who is a threat to the officers. And with this new technology, it'll put that right in the hands of our officers as we're dealing with these things that are happening within the city of Pocatello. The #1 priority of first responders is to preserve human life. And with this, we've got a few instances on video that if you guys would like to see later, I didn't bring those ones with me here because they are citizens of Pocatello, where we've had to beanbag people, but this Taser X7 would have been just as effective, where the officers were very well justified to use deadly force, but they didn't because of the training and the equipment that we have. So this would just enhance that training and equipment, and they're pretty remarkable. They're pretty remarkable videos. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this. This is the X7 here. This is a good description of it. This is the founder or the head guy at Taser.
I'm Rick Smith, founder of Axon. It's hard for me to believe that it's been 25 years since we started this company. We're incredibly proud of the good that Taser technology has done over that time. It's helped officers save more than 200,000 lives in situations where lethal force could have been used instead. We started this company with the mission to make the bullet obsolete. Now that will take a few more decades, but we're making great progress. And while that mission continues, we now have a larger mission to protect life. Over the course of these past 25 years, Axon has grown beyond just CEWs. We're superpowering public safety agencies by partnering them with the Axon network. The network of people, devices, and apps that simplifies workflows, saves time and money, and gives a better understanding of events, empowering public safety officials to better serve their communities. Today, I'm excited to announce 3 major new additions to the Axon network: Axon Records, Axon Body 3, and Taser 7. Taser 7 is the most effective Taser weapon ever. It's stronger, faster, smarter, giving officers the confidence and the power to de-escalate dangerous situations and save more lives. Here's a sneak peek at the technology that we think will help bring greater confidence to officers so that they can better help their communities. The TASER 7 is revolutionary, full of technological improvements and breakthroughs. But the best use of a TASER weapon is when it's not deployed at all. Which is why we're bundling our most effective TASER weapon ever with a whole new level of training, including interactive and hands-on simulation training tools and a new virtual reality experience. Axon Body 3 gives agencies the power to see truth in the moment. Triggered alerts and live video feeds deliver life-saving information when every second counts. AD3 also has an artificial intelligence-capable processor, empowering future capabilities like transcription and license scanning right into Axon Records. Axon Records brings the power of AI-driven insight and automation by bringing technology and information together seamlessly. Police reports come to life with video at the heart of the record to tell the full story. And applying AI to data can support new strategies for crime solving and prevention. We're incredibly excited about our new technology, and we're taking it on a roadshow across the.
Okay, so that's a brief demo of the TASER X7. I actually have a 30-minute video if you guys want to see it at another time. It goes way into depth of what the X7 can do. So this video here is a demonstration of the old technology and where it fails. This is up close. This is in a larger city. They're dealing with a bad guy. He's on his knees here. They're arresting him. They're in a fast food establishment. And these are these up close tasers, where this new taser, it would be effective up close, where these are not. And this is kind of why they've changed from the older technology here. And this gets a little bit aggressive here. This bad guy gets a little aggressive on the officers. But this is the reality of something we deal with on a weekly, sometimes a daily basis. So they're too close. But that's the reality of situations I myself have been in, Detective Marshall, as well as probably every officer that's worked on the street. So Taser 7, re-engineered. It's the newest technology that's out there. The programs are there, and it is something. It's actually, with this new workflow, the way it is going to cost saving manpower hours as well. And I'll let Detective Marshall talk about the ability he has to download versus what we do now.
So currently, with the tasers that we have now, I have to physically handle either me or one of the other taser instructors. We have 5 other taser instructors. We have to physically handle it. We have to plug it into a computer, and it downloads to the computer. So, and with that, once it downloads, then we have the ability to upload new firmware that they put out. Anytime they put out new firmware, they would like us to upload that as quickly as possible. And so there may be times when they do 2 or 3 firmwares in a month, just depending on what goes on their side. So we then have to physically take the tasers and download them and upload that new firmware onto it. So it would actually alleviate a lot of time. With the Taser 7, all you have to do is take the battery pack out and you put it into the charger port, and it automatically downloads all the firing data from the taser automatically, and it also uploads any new firmware data onto that battery. So the next time you put it into the taser, it then uploads it onto the taser. So that will reduce a lot of time for me of having to handle each taser. It can be done. It's done automatically. So that is something that is very nice with this new feature with the Taser 7.
Detective, is it compatible with our computer and our software and stuff? It will download like automatically compatible with this, or we've got another expense there that we're going to have to?
We already use a system called evidence.com, which is owned by Axon. And so that's what we download all of our records to. Right now we have just a free version of it because we don't have that much storage needs, because we have like 90 some odd tasers that we're downloading to periodically. And after I think it's 4 or 5 years, those old records are deleted off there, and so it just kind of keeps it fairly, our data on there fairly low. With this new one, I believe the quote comes, everything's included. The data storage, everything's included with this new quote that we have through Axon.
Detective Marshall, yes. It looked like the old guns that we have shoot once, and it looked like this is a 4-shot situation.
It's a 2-shot.
2-shot.
Mm-hmm. The old Taser, the X26 and the 26P, we have the ability to have a second cartridge, usually contained on the handle. The X26, the cartridge actually sticks out, and so with how it sits on officers' belts, a lot of times we're breaking the cartridges just because of how it sits, or a lot of guys don't like it, the extra cartridge on, so they don't have that ability, they take it off. With the X26P, they redesigned it so it actually fits in sideways, and the front of it's covered, so the very front covers on them, they have like green doors that help protect the internal parts. That's protected, but it made it a lot bigger on their belts, and so officers don't like it because of how bulky and big it is. With these 7s, both cartridges, it has 2 shots, and it is contained all in the front of it. You don't have to reload. You pull the trigger once. If you need to pull the trigger a second time, that deploys the second cartridge right there.
And what I saw in the thing was that if you only hit one probe, the second shot gets a probe. They cross each other over.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about this new technology is it has that cross connect. So even if you get 3 darts, or if you miss twice, it still has the ability between the 2 cartridges to still connect them, instead of just 1 cartridge with 2 darts, and if you miss one, then you're kind of done.
How frequently are we using tasers in Pocatello?
We usually have a deployment probably once a month.
More than that.
Maybe more than that.
It depends on the time of year too. Like the summertime's really busy, so we're out dealing with people. Alcohol events are up, they're increased, or incidents like that. So it could be once a week, or it could be a couple of times, or it could be none a week. And the thing is that a lot of times it's not just will take a taser out, and people will just be like, right, don't tase me. They give up just because of the stigma of the taser, which is, I would rather that happen than us actually have to use force, because the best force used is the one that you don't have to use, that you know, it's there, but you don't need it. So having that out, and we were trying to get, we do have one that we tested and evaluated, but that guy's on vacation and we weren't able to get it, but we can bring it at the next council meeting. The spark on it is, you don't want to play with this thing. I'm not messing with it. But the nice thing about the new Taser 2 is we've had it fail when it has bounced off of clothing. So in the wintertime, when you have somebody, so it showed that application of the darts, how the cord was coiled when it came out. That's because of the design. In the new design, the darts fly straighter and they're more accurate. And so, and they penetrate clothing better. And that's one of our big things that we have, is in wintertime not penetrating clothing or the bouncing off because of the angle. And with this new technology, they've fixed a lot of that.
The old darts, it was a wire attached to a dart, and the wire spool was at the gun, and so it's pulling that wire from the gun. With this new technology, with the new cartridges, the wire is actually contained in a spool that's attached to the dart, so as it goes out, it's a lot steadier in flight because it's got a lot more weight behind it, and it's spooling the wire from there. And then it has the ability that when it does make contact, that wire spool bay can break off, or not necessarily break off, but come apart, and so it will pull from both directions. So if somebody tries to roll, there's less likelihood that the wire will break or get wrapped up. And so the design is just so much more, is a lot better. It's newer technology. It's better designed. They fly better.
Is that also safer for the officer, that you're not connected to the person by that wire anymore? If I'm understanding you correctly?
Well, the wire is actually very thin wire, and so it breaks very, very easy. You can grab it with two fingers like this and just pull.
Oh, okay.
And if you pull, just kind of like pulling those little snap
fishing wire.
No, it's even less than fishing wire.
Okay.
It's like those little firework things that you pull. It's even less than that of a pull, and you'll break the wire.
Okay.
It's very thin.
Will this require new holsters?
So that's all, everything, it's all included. So this next slide here, I handed out this attachment here. So it's some additional information that talks about the close range deployment of the old versus the new, and we kind of talked about that. We already talked about this, about how the probes fly straighter and at closer accuracy.
Differences in the cartridges?
Yeah, if you would, please.
The old cartridges, they had one style, and it was an 8 degree from the top probe to the bottom probe. And so with that, you want about 12 inches is optimal of distance between the probes in order to affect all the muscles in between to achieve what's called NMI, or neuromuscular incapacitation. That's where you get that, the muscles lock up, you see the people fall down, that type of thing. That's what our ultimate goal is, to get that neuromuscular incapacitation. With the new cartridges, they come in 2 different degrees. The first one is a 12 degree, they call it close quarters. They found that most deployments are within 4 to 10 feet. And so with the 12 degree, I could be standing an arm's length away from somebody and just pull the taser back about this far and deploy it, and I'll get almost that 12 inches of spread, which in that situation we saw with the people in the restaurant, that's how close those officers were. With the Taser 7, that would have gotten enough spread to achieve that neuromuscular incapacitation. And so it would have just locked him up, put him on the ground. They would have been able to take him into custody from there, or at least put him into handcuffs. And the second cartridge is 3.5 degrees, and they call it the standoff cartridge. So those are more if you're in more of a controlled environment where you have somebody barricaded or somebody standing off from you and you don't want to approach them for whatever reason. You have anywhere from 5 or 10 feet all the way out to 22 feet that it is accurate and effective. And so they have those 2 different degrees, and I believe this quote comes with enough for each officer to have 2 12-degree cartridges and 2 3.5-degree cartridges at their disposal.
So bottom line here is you're looking to retool and improve your program with the tasers.
Correct. So we've contacted Axon, we've contacted Proforce. Proforce, their office is out of Boise. They're the kind of the distributor for Axon. And the deal that we've worked out, they're going to purchase 87 tasers. They're going to give us 3 for free. They're going to give us a $19,268 discount. The total purchase for all 90 tasers would be $299,280. It's an all-inclusive bid for the next 5 years. It covers everything we would need for the next 5 years for our taser program. That includes cartridges, batteries, holsters, training cartridges. Right now we budget $11,500 a year for tasers. What this would do, it would allow us to have a little bit of freedom for some things that are increased throughout the years, like our eyelets usage or Spillman or whatever. We can shift that $11,500 to other parts of our budget so that we don't have to come back to council and ask for some additional things. I've been able to work with Taser, and they are going to allow us, instead of trading our tasers, old tasers in, to keep them. The X26s are still serviceable. They're still supporting those. I talked to Captain Knapp about equipping the animal control officers with some tasers, with the X26Ps. We would provide the animal control officers with the training, with the equipment, and with everything that they would need, so it would be zero additional cost to the city to get the animal control officers where they need to be with their equipment and their training. We believe that that's a big bonus for them because of the nature of animal control stuff. When you're going to take somebody's animal away from them, some people, they're like their children. You know, I know my dogs are, and people get in fights over that stuff. So if you have an animal control officer that's out there trying to take somebody's animal into custody and they're out there by themselves, we want to give them the best tools that they can have to be safe. And
are the animal control officers sworn officers?
No, they're not. But that's consistent with Idaho Falls. It's the same situation, and their officers are carrying tasers. And I've talked to several other agencies throughout the state and throughout the country, and their ACOs are carrying tasers, pepper spray. Public safety, right here for Idaho State University, they're not sworn officers. They're carrying tasers. They're carrying firearms.
I'd like for our risk department to take a look at this.
Sure.
See what exposure we might have for that.
Absolutely. It's a good idea.
What's the virtual reality headset for?
It's for training. So you put it on, it's like virtual reality goggles, and then you do like a scenario. We also can use that. We can use the same thing with our simulator. So, the large purchases, and I've checked with legal on this. It's vetted through NPP Gov. It's a piggyback. This is all the documentation I submitted along with that. I figured you guys didn't know it was a big, giant, bulky handout. So, and this, if we roll them all out, like right now we've got like half X26s, half X26Ps. It would just give everybody the same equipment, and it would be consistent, easier for the training, for policy, for use of force. And I like the 5-year plan because we don't have to worry about any increases, because every year the price on the tasers go up. So it would get us what we need, and we wouldn't have to worry about it for 5 years. So the benefits of the city, when you look at what, it's going to be consistent with what the city has outlined for their values. Remember where we talked about the number one value, preserving human life for officers. So these statistics are taken directly from Taser. They have spent millions of dollars doing research on this stuff. There's a 95% reduction in excessive force complaints with proper application of the taser. 93% reduction in workman's comp claims, which that's important to HR, finance, us. We don't want to see people getting hurt. 86 reduction in officers and suspect injuries. There's 99.75 use without major injuries. It's the safest, less than lethal option. And Taser has done over 300 medical and scientific studies and reviews on their products. They're very safe products. I've spoken a lot with them, with Colin Fine. He's our rep for Axon. He's ready to get on speakerphone if he needs to. He was going to try to fly up here, but he had some other obligations. He's based down in Arizona. So that being said, we would like to use capital contingency. I spoke with Ashley in finance. She said that the money's available there, and we would like to move forward with going to the council meeting for authorization for the spending of that for upfitting all the officers with the X7.
So the commitment is for an initial investment and then moreover,
it's a one-time cost for 5 years.
You want the $299,000?
Correct. If not, then you're committing to $62,000 a year for the next 5 years. And I would rather, than knowing that the money's there, getting it taken care of right now. We're towards the end of the budget year. We don't foresee any large, from speaking with some of the other departments, there's not any other major needs that are looming right around the corner. This is something that they kind of sprung on us, that they weren't going to support it anymore, and looking at it with the money being there and available, of just getting it taken care of right now and not having to lock into year 2, 3, 4, and 5.
How often do you have to have support? You know what I mean? Like, are they meeting? It's not like a maintenance thing, right? Is that what you mean by they're not supporting them anymore, or they're not? I guess, what do you mean by that?
They stopped manufacturing the X26, which is the majority of our tasers, in 2014. Meaning they're no longer going to support them, meaning that if one breaks, they're no longer going to fix it. We have to go buy something new. They're no longer going to, here's my concern, is that they're no longer going to stand behind the product itself to say if we use it and something happens, and we have used a taser and somebody ended up losing their life, but it wasn't because of the taser, it was because of the other circumstances. But a taser was involved in that incident, and to have Taser come in and back us up on that. They supply all of the attorneys and the litigations in reference to the Taser. And my fear is we go a year or two down the road, we're still using the X26 because we got enough batteries to maybe last that long, and we use one and something bad happens, they come in and say, well, that's 2014 technology or 2021.
So it's less about them breaking a lot and more about
it's about both,
other
yes.
aspects. Okay.
Yeah. In my opinion, it would, and Detective Marshall can speak on this as well, but it would, in my opinion, reduce liability to the city because it's the most current technology.
With the X26, they have not done a firmware update in probably 6 years.
This is like a Microsoft program. Gets new versions come out.
That's the difference between the 26 and the 26P. Is the 26P, the 26, it was an analog system. Basically, it produced the same amount of current the whole time during the 5 seconds. With the 26P, it was smart enough, and it was a digital version where it monitored and tried to keep the electricity and everything flowing in an optimal range. And with the 7s, they've been able to refine that even more.
So it's kind of like we have some VHS, right? Now we got some DVDs. We want to go all the way to MP3 and digital, right? I mean, that's kind of when you look at the technology, right? You still have a VHS player, don't you?
Yeah. I would say just bring it to the council.
Do you want a motion, Mr. Mayor?
No, I think we can, if I have direction to bring it to the council, then we can get that done and bring it to the council.
Would you like this same presentation at the council meeting, or?
Just tell us that you've determined this to be the safest.
I think that include these things in the read ahead so that if anybody in the public has any questions, they can read through some of this stuff, and we'll work through that stuff.
Any other questions? Thank you. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you. We will move on to agenda item number 10, capital contingency request, fire department. Fire department staff is seeking permission to use capital contingency funds for the purpose of the following capital purchase and fire department facility repairs. 1, fire station number 5, roof repair. Number 2, fire station number 2, roof repair. Number 3, fire station number 2, sidewalk repair. Number 4, hazmat ID. Number 5, truck hoist purchase. And number 6, type 6, wildland engine purchase.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm left alone up here and I don't have any cool videos to show you, so sorry. But I did tell somebody earlier, I think it was Logan, that I was really thankful you were going to lunch so you'd only be grouchy, not grouchy and hungry. And then you weren't going to, so it's a fear that we're going to have both, but now hopefully you're just grouchy.
Now that you're sleepy.
Travis Smith, Bannock County Fire, or Bannock County, I'm here as the fire department today. Too much county stuff earlier. So Pocatello Fire Department Assistant Chief Operations. Came here today to talk about the stuff that you read, Mr. Mayor. This is the same stuff we asked for in our original budget presentation. We were asked to come back and do it again, and I want to apologize for our other assistant chief. We miscommunicated somehow. He thought he was supposed to come do it on his own, and so he wasn't as prepared as he should have been. So I apologize for wasting your time in that. And hopefully today I'm more prepared. The chief was very concerned I wasn't going to be, but I am. Hopefully as prepared as I can be for these items. So we talked about this in our original budget presentation, and I'm just going to kind of go over the facility repairs. Some of them are really necessary. However, the one that's at the top of that agenda request item is the fire station number 5 roof repair. We went back, did some more research on it. He wants us to. He tried some special tape and another sealant, and then some heat tape on there, hopefully to keep the ice dam off where it's causing the leak on Station 5's roof. So we're not asking for that money anymore. Okay. We're going to wait another year.
The contractors told you, try this, we think this will work. And
the contractor came back and said, hey, we're going to try a different method. Because last time we came, we didn't have designs or plans, and contractors a year out sometimes. And so this has been going on since they built the fire station. So we're just not going to repair the sheetrock inside until we get this fixed finally. So, but the roof at Station 2, we have a contractor. He can execute that in this budget year. If so wanted to do the roof at Station 2. We have pictures in here, so I'll keep moving along. And that roof, it leaks into our apparatus bays. It has been for a couple of years. They've come back and fixed it several times, and it's a 30-year-old. Oh, it's low, but that's a 68. So, what's that? 51 years old. Yeah, I had to do my age and then count backwards. And but it just reeks. And you walk into the fire station, you can see the holes in the ceiling where it's leaking at. So the new membrane roof has a 15-year warranty. We've had them do some other roofs for us. Carlo Wilson's Roofing is about the only person that's doing this in town, and he's been great about warranty work on some of the other issues we had. We had a bottle rocket melt a hole in one of our roofs, and I'm not talking about, this was like back in April. So we're asking for that. It's just some more pictures of the sheetrock damage and stuff there. You all have seen this presentation. I don't want to bore you. We're asking to repair the sidewalk also. We got approval to replace the some of that concrete that's broken up on the apron of Station 2. That contractor is this spring is the soonest he can get out here. So we thought it would be efficient and a good use of his time to have him do that at the same time for $2,730. I think the mayor and the chief had to talk about, we could probably find this in our budget somewhere, but I was told to present it here. And so there's that. And that's somewhat of a strong liability to the fire department. I was talking to the chief the other day and said, when somebody trips and falls on that, they're not going to sue the fire department. They're suing the city. So
should this have a ramp there? I mean, if we're going to do something, it looks like a corner, shouldn't we have a handicap access ramp?
I think that's going into the apron itself.
Oh,
It's in that driveway.
Oh, it's
Into
the driveway. Okay.
But to your point, though, the other side of that, what does it go into?
Same
Does
thing. It
have-
goes sidewalk, so your sidewalk, driveway, sidewalk as you go north to south.
Okay.
Okay. But it looks like there's curb to step over.
Curb is to the south and north. But
Okay.
so what you're seeing in the picture, I don't have a fancy pointer. Let's see if there's another picture here.
So it's really pretty low.
Yeah, it's $2,700, and it's kind of a rolled over ramp. So I guess handicap could be on there. We have handicapped people that are up and down it all the time with Portland Towers. So we're asking for permission to do that, but that won't happen until this spring. That's as soon as we can get. Oh, there's a better picture of the site. Did that just come up?
No, that was there.
Okay, so you can kind of see what's going on there. And that, as we look back in the picture behind it, it continues for probably another probably 60 feet of sidewalk, another driveway, another 40 feet of sidewalk, and then it kind of goes into the alleyway or access to Portland Tower.
So the 2,730 is a limited bid if it goes with the other.
Yeah, correct. I don't think it went up much more than that, though. It's just getting on its schedule.
But if you had two different jobs, it'd probably go higher.
Yeah, he didn't give me an exact cost. He just said if he could come out at the same time, this would be what it was.
But that was, you're not going to be able to do the apron until next spring.
Next spring is the soonest we could get the contractor to do it. So this project will be next spring also.
Okay.
It's good to have that kind of economy until you need something fixed. We was asked to present the capital kind of improvement plan going forward, and we continually visit this plan to see what we need to do and what makes more sense. And as you have different people in administration, they have different priorities. And so, the fire department is a capital-intensive operation. We train a lot and we keep our equipment ready. But as we know, we just bought 3 new fire trucks last year for almost $2 million. It's expensive. And we've done, and so when our capital has to function, it has to function in an emergency or else bad things happen. And it's expensive. So we've got really quite far behind on what the standard replacements are on quite a few things. And it's not anybody's fault. It's just how things have happened. 25 years ago when I started, we had 2 brush trucks that we'd bought probably from the 1960s sometimes. And we weren't as brush fire, wildland fire centric as we are now, but 1990s came and California started on fire, Colorado started on fire, New Mexico and Idaho, and we realized somebody had to fill that wildland urban interface niche, and so that was us. And so we started looking for ways to put more brush trucks in service so that we could have the necessary tools to do that. Fortunately, brush trucks aren't as expensive, but as we did that, we were buying used trucks that had, pretty much lived out their service life for the federal agencies. They had a replacement period of time, so they got used hard, and then we got them. And so we take really good care of them, and we baby them quite a bit so that they keep running. But our 1990 Type 4, the really fancy one with the flames on it, looks pretty. We call it the devil, the demon, because going down the road, it takes 2 people to drive it. And but then our Type 6s, which are the smaller ones, we have 97, 2002, 99. Then they're old, and they were used when we got them, and we put a lot of effort into getting them running. And so they work for us, but we don't have to get in a big hurry, but this is a future plan. We got to keep this on the radar. And then our rescue trucks on there. So what we're asking for this year, it's a little later in the presentation, is a Type 6 engine. And you can kind of see some of the things that we look at: fire stations, firefighting training facilities, and stuff like that. So, but that's just the long-term plan, and I don't want to bore you with that. One of the things is somewhat of a priority to us this year, and I'll go over the priority of these requests at the very end, is a chemical ID. The state policies require, we run this Region 6 hazmat team for pretty much Blackfoot south to the Utah border, over to the Wyoming border, over to Twin Falls. That's our area of coverage, and we've been doing that since 1985. With that, we really haven't got a lot of federal support and funding for that, and so we've been pretty lucky to get a lot of grants. That grant money has kind of dried up over the years, and we're coming to a point that we're starting to have to replace some of that older identification equipment. So a couple of years ago, we replaced a piece of equipment that was called the Hazmat ID, or correction, the Cobalt Resolve is what we replaced. I don't remember what the old tool was. And that was a big expense. I think the city paid $60,000, $70,000 for that, $67,000 for that. Well, there requires two types of identification in this world. And so one's Raman technology and the other one's mass spectrometry. And they don't do the same thing. And some is good for some stuff and some isn't. But this chemical ID, it has to go in and get serviced this spring, and they will not service it anymore. So it'll be a piece of lead. A computerized piece of lead and componentry to hold down paper. We'll still use it. It just exposes us to risk because we don't know how accurate it is. But it goes in for an assessment or a service and maintenance every year, and they're not doing that anymore. So we put our team leader in charge of that out there, and he found a pretty good deal. To replace that same exact piece of equipment was $100,000. He found this. It's a different name. I have to look it up. It's in my notes here, but it's $55,000 was the bid we got on that. Comes with a 1-year warranty. Training comes with that, and that'll give us the two methods of detection. And the other thing that I mentioned when we were talking about the Cobalt Resolve is we need to leverage our resources with the police department. We had a conversation sometime this spring about, well, tell us what we need to get. And we said our phone number. You know, if you have a hazardous material that you need to identify, and I don't remember who I was talking to, Chief, but, we need to work together on this and know what our team is. We don't have to deploy the whole team to use a piece of equipment. You just need to call for the guys on the truck to get it there. I think we can do better at that. So we've talked extensively about the lifts for our emergency vehicle technician. This one, I just want to give some background. I think Chief Holmes had come and talked about this. When we spoke to you guys earlier in the spring, early summer, we didn't know where our EBT was going to wind up. There was questions that couldn't be answered when Chief Holmes was here, and there's still not answers to those questions. And those questions are we going to wind up in fleet with our EBT? We don't know the answer. We were pretty much certain. We asked the question early this year, and we were told, no, there's not going to be room for you. We've started talking to Tom Kirkham some more, and it's just so new out there. He has no assurity that there'll be space or anything for us. So we're pretty comfortable where we're at out at Transit. Transit uses this same exact lift that we're talking about here, so we can share lifts out there, for lack of a better way of doing it. The ones over at Fleet are not of the same manufacturer, and they will talk to these ones apparently, and that their lifts they don't lift as much as we need them to lift at Transit. I think at the time that Fleet, at the time we decided that we want everybody in Fleet, and we're interested in being at Fleet because it's very central for us. Sending our guys out there is a long ways, but I think our Fleet program, they got to sort through the stuff they have now. They've had a big project. I talked to Tom before this, and so I think we'll sort through that, but we have to make some decisions here in the next few months. So most of our EBT, all this work is done underneath these trucks, not all of it, but 40 to 50% of it. And you've seen the pictures of him crawling underneath the truck like that. So he's working off his back constantly, and it's really unhealthy for him. It's really poison him to get injured, and it really slows him down working off your back. And I think any mechanic can attest to that if you can get something up his shoulder height, head height, you can work on it, so we can get trucks turned around, and we won't hurt them as well. So that was that's one of our priority items that we want to get fixed or get replaced this year. Did I go over the price on that? I didn't do as much background on that, so we've really done quite a bit of homework on that. I just wanted to mention that 74,000 capacity is really close to lifting everything we have. I know that sounds terrible. Our tower truck, it will lift our tower truck. However, the distribution of weight on our tower truck is off. You need 6 lifts because of the distribution of weight. You have a 25,000 pound front axle. These things lift 18,000 pounds apiece. They'd have no problem lifting that front axle. The rear axles carry 50,000 pounds. 2 times 18,000 is 36. They don't get there. So we're gonna need another set of lifts, but we're not asking for those at this time. We think if we stay out of Transit for right now, we'll have that capacity. That truck doesn't get used a lot. It gets very minimal repair, just maintenance. So I think that was a question that came up before. I'm not really sure, so I want to be sure to touch base on that. I'm going the wrong way again. So going back to our wildland trucks, again, this is the fancy one that has a nice paint job on it. Our intention is not to replace this. This is a Type 4 engine. It has to deal with the amount of water it can pump, how much water it can carry, and how many staffing are on that vehicle. We think that the best deployment mechanism for the city of Pocatello is a Type 6, 5 or 6. Our Type 5 and 6 are smaller trucks. I talked about all that. They're quite a bit less expensive, and they have less maintenance issues, and they do what the city of Pocatello needs in its interface quite much better. And if we get to a point that we're deploying a lot, they're a more deployable and a more requested item, and your cost recovery goes up, and they can be quite profitable actually. So, so that Type 6, we just have there's lots of benefits to that. And federal surplus has just really gotten hard to get these days. I mean, you gotta be ready to drop $40,000 today. I mean, that's how quick this stuff goes. And the federal agencies are really trying to get this into partners, like ARCO Fire Protection District, where they have no money to buy wildland apparatus and utilize that. So it's hard for me to believe that a new one costs $220,000, but it does. I got those prices. But we can find demo models, quality used. That's what we're talking, demo models that the salespeople have had out there. We just have to be patient, and we have to hunt and peck and keep our ear to the ground. But we can get those for less than $150, and it's variable, $120,000 to $150,000, and so that's one of the things that we're requesting. And then we're really looking at that for next year, not this year, 2020. Our wildland season is so hopefully comes and goes really quick this year. It hasn't really fired up. Everything's looking really good right there, and so we're in pretty good shape for this year. But I think next year is when we'll be doing that. So we're really putting some emphasis on that. Radio replacement. This is something that we've sought out a grant for in the past. We didn't prove we were poor enough or something, so we didn't get the grant. And that was replacing everything cradle to grave. Our radios are 15 years old, and they start to go out of service this year. In 2019 is one of the first years that they will not continue to. The manufacturer, Motorola, will no longer manufacture parts for this particular radio that we use now. Now that's not like, oh my gosh, we're not going to have radios. What that means is it's going to get harder and harder to get parts from them. Day Wireless will continue to work on them until they don't get parts from them. But we're looking at talking to the owner, the old owner of the company, but the head guy at Day. He says 2022, 2023, there will not be parts for these anymore. That has to be on the council's radar. Probably the most salient point is this: we're going to try for that grant again, and I think that's what Chief Holmes was here and a little bit confused about. And I want to touch base with that in just a minute to explain how that will go. When we tried before, I talked to the experts in the grant world, and they said you didn't leverage the regional nature of the grant. And so we applied as a Bannock County Ambulance District, and a fire department thought that would be regional. They didn't buy into that. What the grant assessors look for is they look that they can solve a lot of problems in a region, and we can have interoperability. So they would like to see Chubby get the same radios as us, or get interoperable radios. They'd like to see Income, the police department, the sheriff's department, all the agencies in this area. They would like to see the grant get those, and then we can leverage their poverty against our poverty to look more poor, and we have a better chance of getting the radios. So that looks a lot. I wrote a thing to Ruth today. I didn't know if I was going to have to present this today, and that looks a little bit weird. The way that I would prefer that rolled out is that in this AFG grant we have a 10% match. So it's about $400,000 for radios for the city, and that's about $40,000, and that's pretty good bang for your buck. And let's say Chubby Cad, they need to replace $200,000 in radios. My proposal would be that the city of Pocatello signs into a contract working with legal that we'll cover the cost of the match up front, as long as we have a contract with you that you'll pay us back, and we will order your radios until you have a plan to pay us back. And that seems to be what the grant approvers accept. So if Chief Holmes wasn't talking very straight about that, he hasn't been involved in that very much, and how that all works. And I hope I'm making a little bit more sense than. But we're not asking for you to approve the grant today. I'll come back at a later time for that. But it's going to be a pretty rapid decision thing, because the grant comes open. We have 30 days to have that. We've got to go get political parties buy-in on this.
So is this $403,000 fire department only, or does that cover fire department, police for the city of Pocatello?
So police replaced their radios, was it 2 years ago? Yeah, so they have all the new radios. That's replacing just fire department radios.
Is that the police use these radios then?
We got new radios through Gordy. We partnered with Gordy over
The 911 funds?
Yeah, and he was not open to that. But they bought the newer model of this, the APX 6000. I don't know if you guys got 5000s or 6000s, I don't remember, but compatible radios that are all upgradable. So.
Have you had the discussion with Chubbuck Fire and Police?
Well, we're going to come ask you guys before we do that to get permission to go do that. Now, you can give me that guidance today to start those discussions, and I would very much appreciate it.
Chubbuck will buy them.
Yeah, we'll commit Chubbuck to a lot of things.
Yeah.
And the Sheriff's Department, and I'm assuming Sheriff's Department went with some of these? I'm assuming maybe not.
They have the same ones that we have right
They do.
now.
Okay.
They do. It would be some of the smaller jurisdictions, Income, North Bannock County Fire District. People like Dulles are really not going to jump into these radios right away. These radios are $5,000 to $6,000 a piece. For the handhelds, we got to replace the stuff in our vehicles also. That's not as big as a deal. So this is just a fire department. It's about another $207,000 for the ambulance, but we'll see where that goes. Anyhow, but if you guys don't mind us going forth and seeking their approval, you guys can talk about that here in a minute.
If you are to apply for the grant, what year are you looking at?
So for you got to really get over fire service grant names. We're working on hazmat grants for 2017. We're closing out right now. So it's the 2019 Assistance to Firefighter Grant, which will come out in October, and then we'll approve in spring of 2020. And so that funding will probably be summer of next year. And you don't have to spend it for a whole year. This item may roll into a 2021 budget for match monies. It really will. So there's a lot of buffer in there. But again, we'll put it on your radar. And if by some whim there was a windfall of money, you could buy them for us this year, that would have been great. I listened to the budget. I don't think that's plausible. When you see our hierarchy, I wouldn't worry about this. What I worry about is if you guys could come to agreement today even, I know it wasn't on your radar, to have us go forth and talk to the other political entities and get their tentative approval. I'd appreciate that. That would kind of start the process right now.
Does anybody have an issue with them doing that?
No.
I think go ahead and start talking.
Okay, that would be great, and you guys know what's happening.
The easiest decision we made all day.
There you go. The chief just likes to make sure you guys give us the go ahead. So this is going to be our lowest capital item on here. So you go ahead and take it off. Because we're going to work for a grant this year. Here's our prioritization. So these are all one-time capital expenses. The station facility repairs, obviously we got to keep our stations up and going, and we have not built that into our budget because that stuff got moved out and moved up to this point. The hazmat ID, we can't continue to operate as a regional hazmat team if we don't do something about this. I will be at a meeting. A lot of the other teams are in that same boat on the hazmat team. Boise's the only one that's really fixed this problem, and we're going to have some hard talks again. I've been having hard talks for 2 years about the state funding these teams adequately. And that's the end of the month. I'll be up there talking about it, but we need to solve that problem. The fire truck hoist is real important to us as our third priority. And then our Type 6s and 7, or Type 6 and then our radios. Really, that's a next year problem for us right now, but we presented it once and we was going to feel foolish if we didn't come back and at least talk to you guys about it and where we were at on it.
Have you talked to Ashley about these funds and whether they're...
So the chief has been discussing those as far as capital contingency funds and where they would go to, and Ashley's sitting right there, and I believe those funds are there. So Ashley, not all of them.
Okay, well, Ashley's coming, Councilwoman Adams.
So, Ashley Welch, Deputy CFO. Right now, if you do the tasers from capital contingency, you're looking about having about $200,000 to $300,000 left for the year between general fund contingency and capital contingency.
Did that answer your question? Okay.
So I guess first a comment about capital contingency. We have to remember it still comes from tax, so I hate to see us just use it just because it's there. So that's just a comment that I'm making. But the thing that I wanted to say was a motion for direction. I think it's very important that we do that roof. I don't think that we should be deferring things that are going to cause more problems down the road on station number 2. And if the sidewalk, if you've had the conversation with the chief and that 2,700 can be found within their budget as is, then I would make a motion to use capital money in the amount of $9,450 to do the roof replacement, and instruct the department to take that sidewalk money
Second.
out of the budget as you indicated.
Adamson and Cheatham. Was that $9,450? Was that the dollar amount for the roof? It should be the 12,000 minus 2,700.
That's with the sidewalk in there, the 12,000.
Well, yeah, that 12,000 was with the sidewalk.
Roof replacement was 24.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there it is.
I had it right here.
So we have a motion from Adamson and a second from,
We might have a comment about something.
well, regardless if we have a comment, we have a motion from Adamson and a second by Cheatham. It sounds like we have a comment.
On the roof?
Are you commenting on the roof?
The sidewalk. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director, City of Pocatello. Whenever you approach on a sidewalk to an approach of a driveway, that has to be handicap accessible. So I don't know if that will play into your estimates or not, but those are usually a little lower. So.
Yeah, and I wasn't brought up to speed on what the plan of the contract is. You know, it's a bonded contract. I'm sure he knows what the rule of law is concerning that. He's going to have to do it with permitting, so I'm pretty confident he had that built into his specifications. So.
Most of our ADA ramps on the corner average about $3,500. That's what kind of drove that up.
Yeah.
Tom, any comment about the hoist?
Yes.
Well, hold on. No, don't comment on that right now because we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about a
Stay
roof.
there because we'll ask you later.
Stay there for a second. We have a motion to approve $9,450 out of capital contingency money to be used to fix the roof on Station 2. Motion was made by Adamson, seconded by Cheatham. Ruth, would you please call the roll?
What did we need to specify that also that was to
It has to
instruct
include
the
handicaps.
sidewalk to come out of?
No, because we're only talking about the roof, and you've made mention that the sidewalk's going to come out of their budget because the chief thinks it can, so.
Okay.
So we're only dealing with the
$9,450 for the roof.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, Adamson?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Bray?
Yes.
Johnston?
Yes.
Ulrich?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you want to talk about the hoist?
Before we
Oh, just a minute.
before we move away from this item, the sidewalk, I'm kind of concerned if I'm hearing, because you're saying 27 whatever could be absorbed in your budget, but if a handicap ramp costs $3,500, then it sounds like that $2,700 doesn't
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
include it.
I wasn't sure, and I'm kind of coming late, and I apologize for that. But on the new ADA requirements, they're requiring a longer transition as well as a landing. They call it a safety landing.
I think this is going into a driveway, though, that has that slope coming down. It's going sidewalk, going driveway, sidewalk, driveway, from what I understood.
It still has to match.
But
It still has to
match that.
if it's $3,500 and it's $2,800 here, essentially,
That's
maybe
still
him
doable?
coming out one time to do 2 jobs, maybe we're finding the savings in that, and that's just additional charges.
The slope is
Concrete truck is coming out one time. You know, there's a few things he may be saving us in there.
I just wanted to clarify that we're
and
still
he's
able to cover
a
it.
bonded licensed contractor. I can't imagine he's going to have to have a code. And I think if we can't find another $600 in our budget, then I'll pay for it.
If, who
They're
is
laying
it?
both pieces of
I cannot remember the name of the contractor.
They're laying both
Lightning Bolt or
pieces of
something.
concrete approach and the sidewalk.
Lightning bolt
I don't know.
concrete, Rick, right? That lightning bolt concrete.
I'm not sure. I have to
That's
ask.
what it
Let me see if
Oh, I
it's
need
in
to
there.
talk to Rick. I found a guy who could probably do it.
is. Oh, hey, Rick, we might have you a pass here. Roger has a guy maybe.
I might have.
I know a guy.
Okay. Sounds like we know guys now. We start talking about it enough, somebody's going to pick it up. Okay, let's move on. Enough about that.
Lifts.
Lifts.
The hoist, yeah.
So maybe I can just clarify a little bit. I've talked with Chief Gates quite a bit about it, and they are definitely wanting to come to Fleet. And so just to clarify a little, we do have room at Fleet for fire department. Where it gets tricky is we've already got the budget set, it's late in the year, and then the union aspect of that is a little challenging for us. They operate out of a different policy manual. How do we integrate those into one location? So that's kind of why the fire and Fleet's kind of taking its time a little bit. When it comes to talking about the lifts, and Travis will probably kick me under the table, over at Fleet we're going to have potentially 8 mechanics working on hundreds of pieces of equipment, and Fleet has 2 very substandard lifts like this. So if these lifts were to be purchased, that would benefit basically 1 technician and a handful of trucks. For us, I think, me being a bang for the buck, I think it could do more benefit in Fleet long term. With that being said, I understand that they come and ask for it, but most production shops, these lifts are kind of a luxury. I mean, I'm just going to be blunt, but that's a decision for you all to make.
So while you're working through those concerns with the union, non-union, and all of that stuff, right now the fire is at PRT, and fire takes care of that. These lifts can be moved, if I remember right? Yeah. They're portable.
Not easily. It ain't like we can pick them up today and move them over there and move them back tomorrow. They're going to take a trailer and a forklift. And
Chief Gates said you could pick them up and put them on your back.
I can't. I hurt my back this weekend. So.
Yeah. But they'll be over there, and then they will be movable to the Fleet operation, where the Fleet could then, I'm assuming, use them for more than fire trucks and things like that, is my assumption. I want some clarification. Fire buys these, we pay for this out of fire and stuff, and then all of a sudden Fleet's using them. Both are general fund monies.
We're asking for it out of capital contingency, so it would be, we wouldn't have necessarily ownership in that manner.
But the asset will be for fire. It'll be a general fund asset, so they would have to transfer the asset over to Fleet, which would then have to pay their fair share of that. So generally what we do is we have them pay what is undepreciated, generally. Does that make sense?
So if I heard correctly, did you say the street should buy the hoisters? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I guess what I'm getting at, just to be very blunt, I apologize. There's a potential for having 8 lifts out at the PRT building to work on a fairly small fleet between buses and fire trucks. And it just doesn't seem very equitable that you'll have 6 to 10 mechanics working on hundreds of pieces of equipment with 2 very dilapidated that don't even lift the full vehicle.
He just got kicked. No, I'm just kidding.
That's just my honest.
I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense that we've got, if we're going to try to put the money where it belongs, or put the asset where it belongs, it would make sense to do that. And I'm not a huge fan of buying it for one out of capital contingency and then charging the other one for that, back to that other one.
If you're using
either,
capital contingency, then you should be able to do that. If you use general fund contingency, you can't. There's 2 different ones, and most of the money's in general fund contingency.
But so is it not a good idea to, if we were to do this now and have it at PRT, and then at some point when we figure out how fire would become part of Fleet, moving it, are we saying that's not a good way to go?
If you pay for it out of capital contingency, I think that's the way to go. You can just transfer the asset, but it was paid for with
fire.
Well, it would be tax. It would be capital contingency money.
Right.
Or we could motivate the fire department to go to Fleet by saying The ramps are over here.
Well,
Well, fire's
unfortunately,
prepared to do that. They're okay with that,
I
it
know,
sounds
but I'm
like, but
saying-
it's the union, non-union
But I'm
issue that
saying
we're
there's a little
dealing with.
motivation factor for that.
well, that sounds good on paper, Councilman, but we have a contract for another year, and we have guaranteed bargaining unit levels, so you can't take that person out of that bargaining unit until that contract's settled again, and so that becomes one of the issues. The other issue that Tom kind of broached on is transit uses their lifts like 100% of the time. They're not available for us. They borrow our lifts that we bought kind of half out of ambulance and half out of fire to lift ambulances, and that's the lifts you saw in the one picture. Those are primarily for lifting ambulances. They borrow our lifts all the time. So it isn't, Tom may say that, they're a luxury item and stuff. He also has more mechanics. We have one mechanic, and so he needs every leverage he can get, even though it may sound like a luxury, but he needs to be able to leverage those lifts to help him be more safe and workflow oriented. We don't have gantry cranes and stuff like that to lift equipment when we do. And so we don't have access to transits. We will, on a limited occasion, when that tower truck's out there, I think we'll be able to work that out. But, probably a good 60-70% of his work is going to be on fire trucks, and he doesn't have the luxury of having a second pair of hands. If we get to the point we negotiate into fleet, then we transfer the asset. Then if he's part of their employee pool, that's the fire department's out of that at that point. And we obviously want to retain him in our fleet as our mechanic because he is a specialized employee. But those details have to be worked out later, and that's the chief and Tom sitting down and working that out and talking to the union and all those things. So, but I still think the best place for that to be, my humble opinion, is our mechanic getting a set of lifts if we can afford it, and then we can deal what to do with those later.
So, Ashley, remind me again, say the capital contingency fund, fleet would end up needing to reimburse fire. General fund, they would have to reimburse, okay.
General contingency fund.
We have like a general fund contingency that can be used for anything. So if you decided you needed to hire a person, you could use it for that. If it's in capital contingency in the capital improvement fund, you can only use it for capital. And technically where fleet is partially funded by general fund and tax dollars, you could probably do that. But generally the capital contingency is for tax funds exclusively because you're using tax dollars for it.
So, Council, I'm just going to throw this out there. It's going to be unpopular, and I'm going to probably get kicked also under the table if Travis was sitting up here. But I would probably see what we can get figured out and worked out before a decision we make any kind of a decision on this asset, whether it goes to fleet or whether it goes to fire and what happens. I would feel more comfortable understanding that than just saying, okay, we need this, let's make it happen and figure it out later.
And I understand that we're talking about the hoist because Tom was at the table and we had questions for him, but the hazmat ID, which we haven't talked about, was a higher priority.
It is a higher priority.
So I was kind of not wanting to make a decision necessarily on the hoist before we discuss the hazmat ID.
Well, I'm okay doing that. I'm just going to throw out there. We don't really know where it goes or what it's going to happen and look like. Heidi?
Yeah. Most of these items came to us during the budget cycle, and we had a chance to hear them, and it's not that we can't see the merits of doing them, but there were some reasons that we held off at that time, like hoping to get radio grants and seeing how it works out with fleet with the hoist, and maybe we can get by without having the Wildland fire truck right now. So I would say let's do the roof that we know we need to do so we don't have continual damage, and let's just thank you for your time and presenting to us, but let's not add any additional items to our capital at this time. So I don't know if I need to make that a motion or what.
Well, I think, isn't the hazmat?
The hazmat seems to be something that we're failing to meet standards on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ashley.
That's almost a compliance thing.
I was going to say, but before we
jump to
make
there,
a motion,
I think let's have a discussion on hazmat.
And the hazmat, I just want to know, I mean, you have your items prioritized, but in terms of our, safety to our employees, what's the criticality there?
I think we can take one step back from that and say, what is the safety to our residents, whether they, because this tool is really for early identification of a hazardous material and us to contain that. So if we don't have strong evidence from the one piece of technology that that's what it is, this other technology gives us that strong evidence, and therefore we can make better decisions about evacuations, evacuation distances, how to treat people, where to send people, what resources we need to call in. And so it's going to, if we don't replace the tool, it could delay that. Do we have a lot of hazmat incidents here that we use these tools on? No, we don't. That's a risk-benefit thing. What we do risk is being in compliance with the policies and procedures of the state teams, which I'll talk about later in the year, but we've been talking about it for 2 years and they're not going to fund this piece of equipment. So if we want to continue to have hazardous material teams, we're going to have to start evaluating who's going to buy that equipment. So that's just a hard conversation to have, like Chairman or Commissioner Brown had today. You know, at some point the city of Pocatello can't continue to do that. We understand that. So the answer isn't what risk to the providers necessarily, because in hazardous material incidents, we don't go rushing in until we know what's there. If we don't know what's there, then that problem starts getting big exponentially.
You mentioned this is a regional support.
This is a regional.
Are other jurisdictions paying for this equipment or the use of it when you go in?
Nope. So it depends on how we'll do cost recovery. If we run down to Caribou County to do something, we'll try to do cost recovery there through the state. That cost recovery can go all over the place from nothing to the full boat. And generally the smaller agencies are going to say, well, the state authorized the team, the state should have to pay for the team, so we'll try to get cost recovery from the team. That's if we have an incident. So that's really a sporadic source of funding these items. So, but no, there's no funding tool to go to Caribou or Bingham or these other counties. Power County, we tend to have probably the bulk of our cars are in Bannock and Power County. That's where I've seen most of them. But we don't have a funding stream from them. We have reached out to them to try to grab some of their SHSP money, their grant money, to get it for training, but it can't be used for this type of stuff when the emergency managers do that. They're really reluctant to give up their grant money for training and response.
It sounds like, though, that when there is a call out, when we try to do any cost recovery, it is through the state, not the counties.
Yeah, so generally we get our costs, we get paid back for that, and we get paid for using the tool, but that doesn't pay to replace the tool. I mean, eventually that goes back into the general fund here, because that's where.
How likely are you to get reimbursed if you only have 1 or 2 tools to do your assessment?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You know what I mean? Is you're not at full efficiency. You're not.
Well, they'll quit deploying us as a team, and they'll give the team to Idaho Falls or Twin Falls or Blackford or somebody like that if we can't maintain the minimum equipment standard on there. That's really what happens. So reimbursement won't be an issue because we won't be deploying.
What's the cost to us or loss to us of not being deployed as a team?
Well, and Chief Gates have talked about this a lot, as we're a silo community. The cost is if we have a big rail yard that runs through here with lots of nasty dimethyl ethyl mess you up, and if that stuff spills, we're waiting an hour for a team. That's what the cost is. And what we're going to do is we're going to try to protect you, but we won't have any identification tools. We're going to look at a yellow book and says, we've got to evacuate 15 miles. Okay, City of Pocatello, go somewhere else.
So it's a risk to our residents?
I think as a silo community, yes. I feel comfortable saying not having a team here puts us at a certain amount of risk. The event hasn't happened for a long time. I can't tell you when it's going to happen, but waiting an hour, well, it's going to be a 45-minute drive in a hazmat truck to get here. Their team's going to have to spool up. That'll take an hour. And so you're looking at 2 hours for an incident response, where we have right now, we're trained to that level. We will not continue to maintain that level of training because we won't have the equipment to do that. And so our guys will be operations level at that juncture, looking into the future, if I may. And we're going to surround it, evacuate people, and wait for the team to come in. So that's the risk to us, is these incidents, they get big quick, and we won't be able to do anything about it. That's down the road.
I want to go back in the hoist.
You want to go back to the hoist?
Yeah. You jumped before I had my question.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
On the fire truck hoist, you mentioned you had inadequate lift equipment at the fleet.
Yes, we have adequate equipment to do manual lifting, like jacks and jack stands. A few years ago, the street department purchased a couple of these used lifts from the government wholesale They were from an old Air Force base. So they're old and they don't lift a lot of weight. And so there's just the two of them. So whenever they need to lift a truck higher than what a normal jack will do, we can only lift one half of the truck because two of them go under each tire. So in order to lift a truck completely off the ground, it requires 4 to 6, depending on the weight of the vehicle.
What will they lift? Are they got a weight rating?
Yeah, I think they lift about 12,500 pounds.
The ones you're talking about are 18,000.
18,000. They go up, but the benefit you get is not very much. They go up like 6,000 pounds, but they cost as much as a whole nother one for that. So we just didn't find the cost effectiveness in buying the next size up.
Is Fleet's weight needs comparable to what the fire department is?
Yes.
So you've got 75,000 pound trucks?
Yeah, it just depends, like the fire truck, if it's fully loaded with water, it's going to weigh more. If a garbage truck's full of trash, it's going to weigh more. So they're comparable.
We can get water out of the fire truck pretty easily. They can't get garbage when it breaks down out of the truck.
That's usually the sticky wicket on it, is if it's a loaded or an unloaded vehicle.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm for figuring out the lifts. I know they're critical, but I think there's coordination that needs to be done there. I do think that hazmat is a critical need. And if we're going to have a team, we've made a commitment to staff that team with equipment as well as people.
I agree.
So I would make a motion that we move forward with the hazmat, 55,000.
With hazmat?
Mm-hmm.
With capital contingency or?
Capital contingency.
Second.
I'm looking over there. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Okay, we have a motion by Bray and a second by Manon. To move with the hazmat purchase. Any discussion? I have, before we vote, I have one question. When was the last time we used the hazmat equipment?
Today.
Today?
In training.
An incident?
The last time the hazmat ID was used, I know it was used in October of last year, but I don't know if the Cobalt was used or the hazmat ID. I'm not sure which one was used at that hazardous, and it was in Burley actually. So.
And we had
a spill here.
When was that chemical spill from lava to?
Oh, so that was an acid spill, and so we had a known party there. We had the container. That's when it gets really easy.
So you don't have to use this.
Yeah. So I mean, they go through the mechanisms to make sure that's what was in the container. Again, they used the Cobalt Resolve on that one. I'm almost certain because this thing is. The old one is hard to get spooled up and running. It takes about 15 minutes to go, and the mass spectrometer of it is just hard. The other one uses the Raman technology, and it loads faster. It's newer technology.
And there's a reason you have to have two different ones. And I think you mentioned it.
That was industry standard.
It's in policy for this. The Idaho Office of Emergency Management has written policies based on. So it was a bunch of teams that came together and wrote new policies on what minimum equipment standards would be. This was back in about 2005, and so they set the standards so the teams could go to. Like if we had a big event in Idaho Falls, they would ask for us. We'd go there. And we've got to be able to interoperate, so we try to buy the same technology. And they wanted to have each team operate at the same level, and so that's why the minimum standards are there, Mayor.
And this is more of a state thing opposed to an individual fire department or individual city.
Well, it is a state team tool that we will own to provide that benefit that I was talking about that Councilwoman Lurick asked about. So it's a state tool.
But the state's not willing to pay for that tool.
The state has provided no funding for that tool. Now we have some grant money. We have $20,000 in grant money that can be used to purchase this tool. We generally will use that all for like training and personnel and wages and stuff like that because $20,000 doesn't go too far. My personal opinion is we can pay for personnel out of that as we have in the past. or we can pay for this tool. It's like taking money out of one pocket or the other to me, because it all goes to buy resources for the same product. Does that make sense?
Kind of, but it seems like we're getting reimbursed from the state for the personnel costs.
Personnel costs when we're doing training and stuff. So
It's a grant.
Yeah, pardon me?
You said it was a grant, right?
Yeah, so they have a couple different grants we get. One of them, this one in particular grant provides $20,000 for pretty much anything hazmat oriented. We don't use that for response. Response is recovered. What we do use it for is training. So at the end of the grant year, we submit all of our employee costs for the training that we've done over that grant cycle, and we get $20,000 from the state that goes back in the general fund. I can submit that for the hazmat ID replacement here, $20,000. So this would then be $35,000, and that would be okay. And I'm working on a deal to get that price down, actually, but that's not settled. I can do that, but then I would just pay out of our budget for the employee costs for training for that. Is that clear?
You're going to pay one or the other.
I'm paying one or the other out of general fund.
You're paying training anyway out of general fund, it sounds like.
Until we get
reimbursing general fund right now. Yeah.
I certainly can say we can use the $20,000. It would be about $10,000 because we've already executed part of the grant funding for this, and get that number down to $45,000 by leveraging the grant funds towards it. But it's 6 of one, half dozen the other.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Bray and a second by Manon for $55,000 for a hazmat ID. Would you please call Ruth? Would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Bray?
Yes.
Manon?
Yes.
Adamson?
No.
Gina?
Yes.
Johnston?
Yes.
Lurick?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not going to kick you under the table. Thanks. Any little bit helps. It's a win. It's moving forward. We will get together and we'll continue to work the problem of where mechanics reside and come back to you at a later date. But thanks for your consideration for all that and the good questions that you had. And at any time, reach out to us if you have other questions.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Council, for your work today. It was a long day, and I appreciate you being here and being with us. And with that, we are adjourned.